Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. That was before Cooksville. I transferred to a small college in Tennessee last fall. Being new to the area and not knowing anybody, I started hanging out at this dive bar near campus that other students frequented. After a few weeks of showing up, I got to know some of the locals who were regulars there too. This group of 4 guys, Tyler, Matt, Darren, and Kyle, seemed to always be there on Thursday nights. They were all in their mid-20s, grew up in the area, and kind of took me under their wing. They'd tell me about the best fishing spots, which roads to avoid when it flooded, local gossip, that sort of thing. We'd shoot pool, drink cheap beer, and swap stories. They got a kick out of having a city boy around, even though I'm from a suburb in Ohio, hardly a metropolis. One Thursday, in late October, around midnight, the conversation turned to local legends. The bar was nearly empty. Just us and the bartender, who was half listening while wiping down glasses. Tyler asked if I knew about any of the haunted places around the county. I said no, and admitted I didn't really believe in that stuff anyway. They all exchanged this look, and Matt said, "Man, you wouldn't say that if you'd been to the Harmon house." I laughed it off, but they were serious, dead serious. Kyle, who was usually the jokester of the group, wasn't even smiling. That got my attention. Darren, the quietest of the bunch, started telling me about this house deep in the backwoods of Cooksville. According to him, during the Civil War, a man named Elijah Harmon lived there with his 5 daughters. With his wife dead and the war making times desperate, Harmon turned his home into a brothel, forcing his own daughters into prostitution. The worst part, Tyler continued, lowering his voice, was what happened when one of the girls got pregnant. Harmon would wait until they delivered, then kill the babies and burn the remains in the fireplace. I remember feeling sick, hoping this was just some made-up ghost story. This went on for years, Matt added, until one of the daughters finally got word to someone in town. When people found out, a mob formed. They dragged Harmon out to his front yard and hanged him from the big oak tree. "What happened to the daughters?" I asked. "They couldn't live with the shame," Kyle said. "All 5 killed themselves within a week. Poison. They were found in their beds, still holding hands." The bartender, who I thought wasn't listening, suddenly spoke up. "The weirdest thing is that house is still standing. The property got passed down to some distant relatives, but nobody's lived there since. They won't tear it down." "Why not?" I asked. "They say it's too evil to burn," Tyler replied. "Like something's in there that shouldn't be released." I laughed nervously, thinking they were building up to some kind of joke, but no one was laughing. "You don't believe us," Matt said. It wasn't a question. "I mean, it's a great story, but—" "We can show you," Tyler said. "It's about 30 minutes from here." I looked at my watch. It was already past midnight on a Thursday. I had class in the morning. But something about their certainty made me curious. Plus, I figured getting to see the place would prove it was just an old house with a dark history. Nothing supernatural. "All right," I said, "let's go." We decided to take 2 vehicles, Tyler and Matt in one truck, me riding with Kyle and Darren in another. As we pulled away from the bar, I noticed it was a full moon. Perfect haunted house weather, I thought sarcastically. The drive started on normal paved roads, but soon we turned onto unmarked gravel paths. After about 20 minutes, we weren't even on roads anymore, just dirt trails through dense woods. No street signs, no landmarks I could recognize. If they decided to leave me out here, I realized, I'd have no idea how to get back. "How much further?" I asked, starting to feel uneasy. "Few more minutes," Kyle said, eyes fixed on Tyler's taillights ahead of us. "You can only get there if you know exactly where to go. No addresses out here." Finally, Tyler's brake lights flashed, and we stopped. Both trucks killed their engines simultaneously. We were in a small clearing with tall trees all around. The moonlight was bright enough that I could see fairly well outside, but I couldn't make out any house. "Where is it?" I asked. Darren pointed straight ahead. "Right there." I squinted, and that's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, partially hidden by trees, stood a two-story farmhouse. It was hard to see clearly, which was strange because the moon was so bright. It was like the darkness around the house was thicker somehow. "Let's get closer," Tyler called from the other truck. They started their engine again, and we followed, driving slowly toward the house. As we got closer, I felt the first indication that something wasn't right. Despite the headlights from both trucks pointing directly at it, the house remained oddly dark, as if it was somehow absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. We stopped about 30 yards from the property. Nobody made a move to get out. "You feel that?" Kyle asked quietly. I was about to ask what he meant when I felt it, a heaviness in the air that made it harder to breathe. The temperature in the truck seemed to drop several degrees, even though the heater was still running. I stared at the house, trying to make out details. That's when I noticed something that sent a chill through my entire body. The house seemed to be moving. Not like it was falling apart, but like it was breathing. The walls appeared to expand and contract slightly, just at the edge of perception. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. "It's flickering," I whispered. "You see it too," Darren said. Not a question. As I kept watching, the sensation that had started as mere unease transformed into something far worse. I felt unwelcome. Not just unwanted, but actively rejected by something I couldn't see. It was like walking into a room where everyone immediately hates you, but 1,000 times stronger. "It knows we're here," Tyler called from the other truck, his voice tight. I wanted to laugh at how ridiculous that sounded, but I couldn't, because I felt it too. Whatever presence was in that house was aware of us, and it was angry. "Has anyone ever gone inside?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Not that we know of," Kyle said. "At least no one who's talked about it afterward." That's when I noticed a shadow moving across the front porch. It was too dark to make out details, but it looked like the silhouette of a person, a tall, thin figure standing perfectly still. "Guys," I said, pointing, "there's someone." The shadow moved, gliding across the porch without seeming to walk. Then another shadow appeared beside it. Then another. 5 shadows total, all female in shape, standing in a perfect line across the porch. "We need to go," Darren said, his voice cracking. "Now." I couldn't agree more. The oppressive feeling had intensified to the point where it felt like a physical weight on my chest. I had the overwhelming certainty that if we stayed even 1 minute longer, something terrible would happen. Kyle started the engine, and Tyler was already turning his truck around. As we began to back away, I kept my eyes on the house. The shadows remained on the porch, watching us leave. Just before we turned to drive back through the trees, I swear I saw a 6th figure join them, taller, broader, standing behind the 5. The drive back was silent. No one spoke until we reached paved roads again. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit on them. "What the hell was that?" I finally asked. "We don't know," Kyle said softly. "We only found the place because Darren's cousin gave us directions. We'd never actually been there before tonight." I turned to stare at him. "What? You all acted like you'd seen it before." "We'd heard the stories," Darren explained. "But we didn't know it would be like that." I was angry at first. They'd dragged me out to a place they themselves were afraid of. But looking at their faces, I could see they were just as shaken as I was. "So none of you felt anything like that before? That hatred coming from the house?" They all shook their heads. "I think it reacted to all of us being there," Matt suggested, "like we were trespassing." When we got back to the bar parking lot, nobody was in a hurry to say goodnight. It was nearly 2 in the morning, but none of us wanted to be alone with our thoughts. We were only there for like 5 minutes, Tyler said, checking the time on his phone. Felt longer, didn't it? It had felt like hours. As I drove back to my apartment, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see those shadows following me. I slept with all the lights on that night. The next day, I tried researching the Harmon house online. Nothing. No historical records. No mention in local history books. I even checked county property records at the library. No Harmon ever owned land in that area, according to official documents. When I met the guys at the bar the following Thursday, no one brought up what happened. When I finally mentioned it, they each found reasons to change the subject. A week later, Kyle transferred to a college in another state. Matt got a job that prevented him from coming to the bar on Thursdays. Soon, I stopped seeing any of them. I've tried to go back to the house once, alone. I drove around for hours on those back roads but couldn't find the clearing again. Maybe that's for the best. I don't roll my eyes at ghost stories anymore. Whatever was in that house, whatever resented our presence so intensely, wasn't something I can explain with logic or reason. It's been 6 months, and I still wake up some nights feeling like I'm being watched by 5 figures standing at the foot of my bed. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment and the heating kicks on, I swear I can smell smoke, like something burning in a fireplace that shouldn't be there. Story 2. I never believed in ghosts. I always thought those paranormal shows were just entertainment. Even when Mum and I watched them together, she'd get so excited about EVPs and orbs while I'd just nod along. But that was before the smell started, before I had to face the possibility that maybe Mum kept her final promise. It happened again last night. I was just sitting on my couch, mindlessly scrolling through Netflix, when that familiar scent hit me. Marlboro Reds, sharp, acrid, with that distinct chemical undertone that always clung to Mum's clothes and hair. I checked the time, 11:23 p.m. I've started documenting every occurrence now. The smell wasn't subtle. It was as if someone was sitting right next to me, chain smoking. I got up and walked to the kitchen, and it followed me. I opened my windows, checked my vents, even sniffed around the door to see if it was coming from the hallway. Nothing made sense. Nobody in my building smokes. My landlord is extremely strict about it. It's grounds for immediate eviction. Yet there it was. Unmistakable. Unavoidable. Mum's cigarettes. Mum passed away in 2019 after years of battling COPD and emphysema. Her lungs finally gave out after 4 decades of heavy smoking. Watching her decline was brutal. She needed oxygen 24/7 toward the end, yet she'd still try to sneak cigarettes when she thought nobody was looking. Dad and I would find burn marks on her oxygen tubing. The doctors said it was a miracle she hadn't blown herself up. As her health deteriorated, so did her personality. Mum had always been strong-willed, but her illness transformed her into someone I barely recognized. She became bitter, angry, and sometimes outright cruel. She'd lash out at Dad for the smallest things: if her coffee wasn't hot enough, if he took too long at the store, if he breathed too loudly. Nothing he did was ever right. I wasn't spared either. She'd call me at all hours, demanding I come over to help her with things Dad could easily have done. If I couldn't drop everything immediately, she'd guilt-trip me or call me ungrateful. "After everything I've done for you," she'd say, her voice strained through labored breaths. The worst part? I still loved her. I remembered the mom who taught me to bake cookies, who stayed up all night helping with science projects, who held me through my first heartbreak. That woman was still in there somewhere, buried beneath pain and fear. The cigarette smell lingered for exactly 7 minutes last night. I timed it. It always lasts between 5 and 10 minutes, never less, never more. And then it vanishes completely, as if someone flipped a switch, no gradual fading like a normal smell would. Just there one moment, gone the next. I've had 3 different maintenance people check my apartment. I've had the air ducts professionally cleaned. I've had an HVAC specialist inspect the entire system. Nothing. I even had an environmental specialist test for chemical residues or toxins. All clear. I've moved furniture, checked inside walls where accessible, looked for hidden cigarette butts some previous tenant might have stashed away. Nothing explains it. The first time it happened was exactly 3 months after Mom's funeral. I was washing dishes when the smell hit me so strongly that I dropped a glass. It shattered across my kitchen floor, and I just stood there, frozen. I thought I was having some kind of grief hallucination. I called my best friend Ashley in tears, convinced I was losing my mind. "Do you think it could be coming from outside?" she suggested. "Maybe someone was smoking near a vent or something." But I live on the 5th floor, and it was the middle of winter, no open windows anywhere in the building. After the 3rd occurrence, I reluctantly mentioned it to Dad when he came over for dinner. I expected him to dismiss it, to offer some logical explanation. Dad's always been the practical one, a retired engineer who believes everything has a rational solution. Instead, his face went pale. He set down his fork and wouldn't meet my eyes. "Dad, have you experienced anything weird lately?" He cleared his throat. "The garage light keeps turning on by itself, and sometimes I hear the TV turn on in the middle of the night, from her favorite channel." We sat in silence for a while before he shook his head. "It's just faulty wiring, and I probably hit the remote in my sleep." But I saw the fear in his eyes, the same fear I feel every time that smell appears. The last week of Mom's life was the hardest. Hospice had set up in their bedroom, and the house had that distinct medical smell, antiseptic and sickness. Dad was exhausted from being her primary caregiver. I was taking as many shifts as I could, but my job only allowed so much leave. It was during one of my overnight stays that Mom had a moment of clarity. The morphine had been making her drift in and out, but suddenly her eyes focused sharply on me. "Melissa," she said, her voice stronger than it had been in weeks. "I'm not ready." "I know, Mom," I whispered, holding her hand. "No, you don't understand. I'm not going anywhere." Her fingers tightened around mine with surprising strength. "I have unfinished business with your father. I thought it was just the drugs and delirium talking, but then she continued, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. He thinks he's going to be free when I'm gone. He'll probably find someone new, but I'll be watching. I'll make sure he remembers me. I'll make sure you both remember." A chill ran through me. "Mom, you need to rest." Her eyes narrowed. "He never appreciated what I gave up for this family. 42 years of my life. And how does he repay me? By counting down until I'm gone." "That's not true," I protested. "Dad loves you. He's been here every day taking care of you." "Obligation," she spat out, "not love." She pulled me closer, her breath raspy and tinged with the medicinal smell of her treatments. But underneath, I could still detect that cigarette scent that never quite left her. "I'm going to haunt him, Melissa. I'm going to make sure he feels me watching, and if you take his side, you'll feel me too." Her eyes gleamed with something I'd never seen before. "Death isn't the end. Your father will learn that." 2 days later, she slipped into a coma. 3 days after that, she was gone. At the funeral, Dad seemed both grief-stricken and relieved. The complicated emotions of losing someone after a long illness. Sadness for the loss, relief that the suffering was over. I felt it too. We never discussed her threat. I convinced myself it was just the ramblings of a dying woman in pain, angry at the unfairness of her situation. Then the smells started, and they weren't just in my apartment. About 6 months after Mom's death, I was visiting Dad at the house I grew up in. We were watching a baseball game when that familiar cigarette smell filled the living room. Dad didn't say anything, but I saw him tense up. His eyes darted around the room, and he casually got up to check if any windows were open. They weren't. "Do you smell that?" I finally asked. He hesitated before nodding. Probably just the neighbors. But his neighbors on either side were elderly non-smokers, and the smell was inside the house, not wafting in from outside. After that day, strange things began happening at Dad's house with increasing frequency. He'd find cigarette burns on his clothing, circular marks on shirts that had just come from the laundry. The TV would switch to Mum's favorite true crime channel in the middle of the night. The smoke alarm would go off at 3:33 in the morning, the time Mum had passed away. Once, when I stayed overnight in my old bedroom, I woke up to the overwhelming stench of cigarettes and the sound of labored breathing, the way Mum sounded near the end. I turned on my light, heart pounding, but there was no one there. The sound stopped, but the smell lingered. Dad started dating again about a year after Mum died. Nice woman named Carol, who volunteered at the same food bank as him. The first night he brought her home for dinner, 3 picture frames fell off the wall simultaneously. Later, when Carol went to use the bathroom, she came out looking shaken. "Someone's smoking in there," she said. "I can smell it." Dad and I exchanged looks, but said nothing. Carol didn't come back after that night. This has been going on for 3 years now. I've tried everything to get rid of the smell in my apartment. I've burned sage, hung crosses, though we weren't particularly religious, played spiritual cleansing videos from YouTube. I've had a medium come in. Desperate times call for desperate measures. She claimed to sense an angry female presence, but couldn't convince her to cross over. Convenient after she'd already charged me $200. Last month, things escalated. I was in the shower when the bathroom filled with smoke smells so strong I started coughing. When I got out, I found what looked like a cigarette burn on my favorite sweater that was hanging on the back of the door. A perfect circular hole, the edges brown and crisp. I called Dad in tears. "I can't keep living like this," I told him. "I'm constantly on edge, waiting for the next occurrence. I can't invite friends over because what if they smell it too? What if they think I'm smoking in secret? I could lose my apartment." Dad was silent for a long moment. "I sold the house," he finally said. "I'm moving to Arizona next month." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" I need a fresh start, Melissa." His voice sounded tired, defeated. "Maybe if I'm far enough away." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. So now I'm sitting here, alone in my apartment, writing this all down because I don't know what else to do. Dad leaves in 2 weeks. Part of me wants to follow him, to start over somewhere warm and dry and far away from these memories. But another part worries that it won't matter how far we go, that somehow she'll find a way to follow. The most terrifying thing happened just an hour ago. I was getting ready for bed when the smell came again, stronger than ever before. I sat on the edge of my bed, resigned to waiting it out as usual. Then I felt the mattress sink slightly beside me, as if someone had sat down. The indentation was clear, about the size of Mum's small frame. The air turned ice cold around me, and I couldn't move. I was literally paralyzed with fear. A whisper so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "I told you I wouldn't leave." The weight lifted from the bed, and the cigarette smell vanished. But on my bedside table was a half-empty pack of Marlboro Reds, the exact brand Mom smoked, a pack that hadn't been there minutes before. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to stay, scared to leave, scared that Mom's unfinished business with Dad will never be resolved, and that she'll keep this promise to haunt us for the rest of our lives. The smell is back now as I type this, and for the first time, I'm speaking directly to it, to her. "Mum, if you can somehow see this, I miss the person you were before the illness took over. I love that person still, but this has to stop. Please find peace. Please let us find peace too. The smell is getting stronger. I swear I can hear breathing." Story 3. I've never been the type to share personal experiences online, but after what happened last month, I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My husband sure doesn't want to talk about it anymore. I've lived in Dreamhaven all my life. Small coastal town, everybody knows everybody, that kind of place. Nothing exciting ever happens here. Well, almost nothing. It started on a Tuesday night. I remember because I had worked late at the dental office where I'm a receptionist, and I was exhausted. My husband Jackson had already gone to bed by the time I got home. He works construction and has to be up at 5, so I tried to be quiet. I just grabbed a glass of water, checked on our daughter Emma, sound asleep with her stuffed penguin, and crawled into bed. I fell asleep almost instantly and started dreaming. But this wasn't a normal dream. It was one of those super vivid ones where you know you're dreaming, but everything feels completely real. I could feel the carpet under my feet, smell the cinnamon air freshener my mom always uses, hear the ticking of that annoying grandfather clock she refuses to get rid of. I was standing in my mom's apartment, the living room with all those family photos on the wall and her old floral couch that's been there since I was a kid. The curtains were drawn, but I could tell it was daytime from the glow around the edges. Everything was exactly as it should be, down to the stack of mystery novels on her coffee table. My mom, Margaret, was standing by the kitchen doorway with her back to me. She was wearing her blue cardigan, the one I got her for Christmas 2 years ago, and her grey sweatpants. Her hair looked the way it always does, this short silver bob that she's had for as long as I can remember. "Mom," I called out, but she didn't turn around or respond. I felt a weird frustration building up inside me. It wasn't like me, but in the dream, I suddenly felt angry that she was ignoring me. Then, to my horror, I heard myself yell, "Hey, fatty!" My mom isn't even overweight. She's always been petite. I've never called her anything like that in my life. But in the dream, I yelled it again, louder, "Fatty!" I woke up with a jolt, feeling absolutely terrible. The bedside clock read 3:17 a.m., and Jackson was snoring beside me. I felt this overwhelming guilt and confusion. Why would I say something so cruel to my mom, even in a dream? It made no sense. I couldn't fall back asleep after that, so I just lay there feeling awful until my alarm went off at 6. Over breakfast, I told Jackson about the dream. He just shrugged and said, "Dreams are weird. Your brain just throws random stuff together. Don't overthink it." Jackson's always been like that, practical to a fault. He doesn't believe in anything he can't see or touch. Ghosts, psychics, even religion. He dismisses it all as people trying to make sense of coincidences. Usually, I let it go, but this dream felt different. It left me with this nagging feeling I couldn't shake. I decided to call my mom on my lunch break. We talk a few times a week anyway, so it wouldn't seem weird. When she picked up, she sounded tired. "Hey, Mom, how are you? Did you sleep okay?" I asked, trying to sound casual. There was a pause on the line. "Actually, Ellie, I had the strangest dream last night. I don't think I've ever had anything like it." My stomach did a flip. "What was it about?" "Well, I was in my apartment, just standing in the kitchen doorway. I could feel someone behind me, but when I tried to turn around, I couldn't move. Then I heard someone calling me names, saying I was fat. Can you believe that? It was so upsetting. It felt so real that I woke up crying. I nearly dropped my phone. Jackson happened to be home for lunch that day, unusual for him, and I'd put Mom on speakerphone while making sandwiches. He stopped mid-bite and stared at me. "Mom," I said slowly, "what time was this dream?" I woke up from it at about 3:20. I remember checking my clock because it took me ages to fall back asleep after that. Jackson's face went pale. I told him my dream happened around 3:15. "Mom," my voice was shaking now, "I had that exact same dream last night, but I was the one behind you, calling you, those names. I felt terrible about it all day." The line went quiet for a moment. "What are you saying, Ellie?" That we shared a dream. That's not possible. Jackson was still staring at me, his sandwich forgotten. I know how it sounds, I said, but how else do you explain it? I dreamed I was in your apartment calling you names, and you dreamed someone was behind you calling you names at the exact same time. My mom isn't superstitious, but she's always been more open to unexplainable things than Jackson. This reminds me of what your grandmother used to say, she said softly. What's that? That sometimes the veil gets thin, and we can reach through to others in our dreams. Jackson rolled his eyes at this, but he couldn't deny the coincidence was unnerving. When I hung up, he tried to rationalize it. You two are close. Maybe you talked about something recently that triggered similar dreams. But we hadn't, and it wasn't just similar dreams. They were complementary perspectives of the same event. This wasn't my first experience with something beyond normal explanation. I've never told many people about this, but when I was 23, shortly after Jackson and I got married, I had another strange dream. In it, my grandmother, my mum's mother who died the day I was born, came to me clear as day. I'd never met her, only seen photos, but in the dream she looked just like her pictures. She was wearing a floral dress and had these kind eyes that somehow felt familiar. She told me, "Ellie, you're going to have a baby girl. Take care of her. She's special." At the time, I had no idea I was pregnant. When I woke up, I told Jackson about the dream, and he laughed it off. But something made me buy a pregnancy test that day, and sure enough, positive. We hadn't even been trying. The really weird part. When we had the ultrasound months later, we found out it was indeed a girl. And when Emma was born, she arrived on February 12th, my grandmother's birthday. The grandmother I never met, but who somehow reached out to me in a dream. I tried to tell Jackson it couldn't be coincidence, but he insisted it was just my subconscious picking up on subtle body changes before I consciously realized I was pregnant. As for the birthday, he called it statistical probability. Apparently, there's only 365 possible birthdays. So shared birthdays aren't that rare. But after this shared dream with my mom, even Jackson couldn't brush it off so easily. That night, after we put Emma to bed, he sat down with me on the couch. "Okay," he admitted, "the timing of your dreams is odd, but there has to be some explanation. Maybe you called out in your sleep, and I heard you say fatty, and then mentioned it to your mom when you weren't around." "You know that's ridiculous," I said. "Why would you randomly tell my mom I called her fat in my sleep? And that still doesn't explain why I dreamed I was in her apartment while she dreamed someone was in her apartment with her." He ran his hands through his hair, something he does when he's frustrated. "I just don't believe in this supernatural stuff, Ellie. There has to be a logical explanation." "Maybe there is," I said, "but maybe what's logical is bigger than what we understand." The next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started researching shared dreams and found out there's actually a term for it: mutual dreaming. There were dozens of accounts online from people who claimed to have experienced it, usually with close family members or spouses. Some scientists theorize it could be related to quantum entanglement or shared consciousness. My mom and I have always been close. She raised me alone after my dad left when I was 4. We've always had this weird connection where we'll call each other at the exact same time or buy the same random item without discussing it. But shared dreaming, that was new territory. A week after the dream, Mom came over for dinner. After Emma went to play in her room, the three of us sat at the kitchen table talking about it. "I've been thinking," my mom said, sipping her tea, "and I remembered something. The night before our dream, I was looking through old photos and found one of your grandmother. It was her birthday coming up, and I always get a little sad around then." "You think that's connected?" I asked. She nodded. "Your grandmother used to talk about dream walking. She said her mother could do it, visit people in their dreams." I always thought it was just stories, but now I'm not so sure. Jackson shifted uncomfortably in his seat. This kind of talk always made him uneasy. "Mom," I said slowly, "do you remember when I told you about that dream I had right before I found out I was pregnant with Emma, the one with Grandma in it?" "Of course. How could I forget? She came to tell you about the baby." Jackson interrupted. "Wait, you actually believe that Ellie's grandmother, who died before she was even born, visited her in a dream to announce a pregnancy Ellie didn't know about yet?" Mom looked him straight in the eye. "Emma was born on my mother's birthday, Jackson. Exactly 50 years apart. What are the odds of that?" He didn't have an answer. That night, after Mom left, I tried to talk to Jackson again, but he shut down. "I don't want to discuss this anymore, Ellie. Some things just happen, and there's not always a reason." But I knew better. There was a reason. We just couldn't see it yet. The most unsettling part came 3 days later. I was cleaning out Emma's closet when I found an old journal of mine from right after she was born. Flipping through it, I found an entry I'd completely forgotten about. It was dated just after Emma's birth. "Had another dream about Grandma last night. She was holding Emma and smiling. She said, 'The circle continues.' Not sure what that means, but it felt important." I sat on Emma's bed, journal in hand, as goosebumps covered my arms. "The circle continues." What circle? I called my mom immediately and read her the entry. "Oh my God," she whispered. "Ellie, my mother used to say that exact phrase. The circle continues." It was something her mother told her about how certain gifts pass down through the women in our family. "Gifts? Like dream walking?" "Yes," she said, "and other things. Knowing things before they happen. Sensing when something's wrong with family members. My mother always said these abilities skip a generation. She had them, I don't, and maybe Emma will," I finished. As if on cue, Emma walked into the room, clutching her stuffed penguin. "Mommy, I had a dream about great-grandma," she said casually. "She's only 5 years old. She's never even seen a picture of my grandmother." "What did she look like?" I asked, my heart racing. "She had white hair and a pretty flower dress. She said to tell you that the circle is getting stronger." I nearly dropped the phone. My mom had heard everything on the other end of the line. "Ellie," she said, her voice shaking. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the implications. If dream walking and shared dreams run in our family, what does that mean for Emma, for me? Are our minds somehow different from other people's? I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, while Jackson slept soundly beside me. He didn't want to hear about what Emma had said. "Kids have active imaginations," was all he would say before changing the subject. Around 2 in the morning, I finally drifted off, and there she was, my grandmother, standing at the foot of my bed in my dream. This time, though, it felt different. More real than even the shared dream with Mom. "The veil is thinnest between those who share blood," she said, her voice clear as a bell. "Your daughter has the strongest gift in generations. You need to help her understand it." "How?" I asked. "I don't even understand it myself." She smiled. "You will. The dream you shared with your mother was just the beginning. You have the gift too, Ellie. It just took longer to develop." I woke up with tears streaming down my face, feeling like I'd actually spoken to her. The next morning, Emma came to breakfast and announced, "I saw great-grandma in my dream too, Mommy. She said you'd teach me." Jackson dropped his coffee mug, shattering it on the kitchen floor. I know how all this sounds. Believe me, I do. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I'd have thought they were making it up or reading too many fantasy novels. But I've experienced it. It happened to me, to my mom, and now it's happening to my daughter. The veil between dreams and reality, between the living and those who've passed on, it's thinner than most people think. Sometimes we can reach through it. Sometimes we can visit each other in places that exist only in our minds. I don't know what this means for our future, especially for Emma. But I know that because of that shared dream with my mother, I can no longer deny what I've always suspected. There's more connecting us than we can see with our eyes. And honestly, that's both terrifying and comforting at the exact same time. Story 4. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this down. Even 5 years after it happened, my hands start shaking when I think about that night. But after what happened this January with Elena, I feel like I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet who probably think I'm making this up. I live in Manila now, but I grew up in Barangay Malinaw, a small village a few hours from the city. My mother still lives there in the house I grew up in. It's a modest place, nothing fancy, but it's home. Like many Filipino houses, we have what we call a dirty kitchen. Basically, an outdoor kitchen at the back of the house where my mother does most of her cooking. It keeps the heat and smoke out of the main house, especially when she's cooking something that takes hours. 5 years ago, I was visiting my mother for the weekend. It was a Friday night in June, around 9 in the evening. Mom had gone to bed early, she always does, and I was hungry after the long drive from Manila. I decided to heat up some leftover adobo she'd made earlier. The layout of my mum's property is important to understand what happened. Her house sits on a corner lot, with the dirty kitchen built into the back corner of the property. On 2 sides, there are concrete walls separating us from the neighbors. The third side faces an empty lot, and there's a 5-foot concrete wall topped with metal bars and chicken wire fencing. This setup was supposed to keep stray animals out while still allowing air to circulate. I remember every detail of that night so clearly. I was wearing my old basketball shorts and a faded Ginebra team t-shirt. The night was humid, typical for June, with that heavy stillness in the air that comes before rain. There were mosquitoes everywhere, and the familiar chorus of frogs and insects from the empty lot next door. Nothing unusual. I went out to the dirty kitchen, my flip-flops slapping against my feet as I walked. I wasn't really paying attention to anything, just thinking about food and maybe watching something on my phone while I ate. I reached for the light switch by the doorway. The single bulb flickered on, casting yellow light across the space. That's when I saw it. Just above the wall that separates our property from the empty lot, there was something that didn't belong in this world. At first, my brain tried to process it as a person, maybe a thief trying to climb over, but within a split second I knew this wasn't human, not even close. It was pale white, not Caucasian skin tone, but a sickly, bloodless white. Its head was completely bald, no eyebrows, no hair at all, and covered with red veins that seemed to pulse beneath the skin. The eyes, God, the eyes were too large, too dark, and didn't blink. Its face had features in roughly the right places, but everything was just wrong. The proportions were off in a way that made my stomach turn, but what I remember most vividly were its hands. The fingers were impossibly long, either the fingers themselves or the nails. I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. They were at least twice the length they should have been. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It was like my entire body had shut down from sheer terror, leaving only my eyes functioning to witness this nightmare. Then it moved. It raised those awful hands in front of its face and made this strange motion, like it was opening and closing an oriental folding fan, rapidly fanning itself. It wasn't threatening exactly, but deeply unsettling, unnatural. As it made this motion, it simultaneously sank down behind the wall, disappearing from view. I don't remember breathing or thinking. Pure instinct took over. I slammed my hand against the light switch, plunging the kitchen into darkness, then stumbled backward into the main house, locking the door behind me. I pressed my back against it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. For a wild moment, I considered waking my mother, but what would I say? I didn't want to scare her in her own home. And honestly, I was afraid she'd think I was crazy or had been drinking. I hadn't. That night, I lay in bed with all the lights on in my room, my childhood baseball bat beside me. Every sound made me flinch, the creaking of the house, the wind in the trees, a dog barking in the distance. I didn't sleep at all. In the morning, with sunlight streaming through the windows, I forced myself to go back to the dirty kitchen. I inspected the wall, the chicken wire, the ground outside. Nothing was disturbed. No footprints in the soft earth of the empty lot. No bent wire or marks on the wall. Nothing. I told myself I had imagined it. Stress from work, exhaustion from the drive, shadows playing tricks in poor lighting. All the rational explanations I could muster. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. I never told my mother, never told anyone. What was the point? I had no evidence, just the vivid memory of those eyes and those hands making that strange fan-like motion. Over time, I convinced myself to forget. I still visited my mother regularly, but I always made excuses to avoid the dirty kitchen at night. I'd offer to wash dishes in the indoor sink or suggest we order food instead of cooking. My mum seemed puzzled by my sudden aversion to the kitchen where I'd spent so much time growing up, but she never questioned it directly. Life went on. I met Elena 3 years ago, got married last year. She's Filipino-American, born in California, but moved here for work about 5 years ago. She's practical, no nonsense, and definitely not the type to believe in supernatural stuff. She'd never experienced the kind of folklore and superstitions that permeate Filipino culture. When my relatives would talk about aswang or kapre, she'd listen politely, but with that skeptical smile that said, "These are just stories." This past January, just a couple of months ago, we went to visit my mother for the holidays. Elena had met my mom several times before, but this was our first extended stay as a married couple. My mother adored Elena from the start, and they quickly bonded over cooking. I was relieved when Elena took over kitchen duties. It gave me an excuse to stay away from that space without raising questions. Our visit was going well. 3 days in, with no strange occurrences, I had almost managed to convince myself that what I'd seen 5 years ago was just an exhaustion-induced hallucination. Then came our last night at my mother's house. We were leaving the next morning, and Eleanor was packing up our things while I helped my mum fix a leaky faucet in her bathroom. Eleanor called out that she was going to make some tea. I didn't think anything of it at the time. About 5 minutes later, Eleanor appeared in the doorway of the bathroom. Her face was pale, and her hands were trembling. "Carlos," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Can I talk to you? Alone." I made some excuse to my mother and followed Elena to our bedroom. As soon as I closed the door, she sat on the bed, her hands clasped tightly together. "Something weird just happened," she said, looking up at me. "Really weird." My stomach dropped. What happened? I was in the kitchen, the indoor one, getting ready to make tea. I was facing the stove with my back to the doorway that leads to that outdoor kitchen area. Elena paused, taking a deep breath. I felt like someone was watching me. You know that feeling? So I turned around, and I swear to God, Carlos, I saw an arm reaching out from behind the doorframe of that room next to the outdoor kitchen. The room she was referring to is a small storage area adjacent to the dirty kitchen. It's essentially a glorified closet where my mum keeps extra pots, pans, and non-perishable food supplies. "What did the arm look like?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Elena shuddered. It was wrong. So pale, like nothing I've ever seen before. Not albino, not white person pale, but like there was no blood under the skin at all. And it was making this weird movement. She demonstrated with her own hand, mimicking exactly the fan-like motion I had seen 5 years before. It was doing this weird fanning thing, she continued, and then it just disappeared, pulled back behind the wall. I felt like I couldn't breathe. Did you go check? She nodded. That's the creepiest part. I went to look. I don't know why, I just had to know. And the door to that storage room was completely closed. Not just closed, but the old-style latch was fastened from the outside. There's no way anyone could have been in there and closed it from the outside. It's impossible. I sat down beside her, my legs suddenly too weak to support me. There's one more thing, Elena said, her voice dropping even lower. The arm, it had a shadow, Carlos, on the wall. Whatever it wasn't a ghost or a hallucination. It was casting a shadow. We sat in silence for a long moment. I wanted to tell her about what I'd seen 5 years ago, but the words wouldn't come. How could I admit that I'd known something was there and hadn't warned her? Have you seen anything strange here before? She asked. I hesitated, then nodded slowly. Once, 5 years ago, in the dirty kitchen, it looked like what you're describing. I told her everything then. The pale creature, the veined head, those unnaturally long fingers, the same fan-like motion. Elena listened without interrupting, her face growing more serious with each detail. When I finished, she asked, "Does your mum know?" No, I never told her. I didn't want to frighten her. Elena was quiet for a moment, then said, "We need to tell her something, Carlos. Whatever this is, it's in her house." She was right, of course. But I couldn't bring myself to tell my mother the full truth. Instead, the next morning, as we were preparing to leave, I suggested to my mother that she burn some incense in the back areas of the house. "Para sa kalusugan lang, ma," I said casually. "Just for health." Elena backed me up. "My grandmother used to do it. It cleanses the air." My mother gave us a knowing look, the kind that made me wonder if she had her own experiences she hadn't shared, but agreed. As we drove away, Elena reached over and squeezed my hand. "Do you think whatever it is, do you think it's still there?" I didn't answer. What could I say? That twice in 5 years, something impossible had appeared in my mother's house, that it seemed to be drawn to that particular spot, that it made the same distinctive motion both times. The worst part is, I don't think burning incense will do anything. This wasn't a ghost or a spirit in the traditional sense. It felt more like something from somewhere else that found a thin spot between its world and ours. A visitor that doesn't belong here but found its way in anyway. My mother calls every week, and so far she hasn't mentioned anything unusual. But I find myself hesitating to visit, making excuses about work and other commitments. Elena says she'll come with me whenever I'm ready to go back, but I can see the relief in her eyes when I postpone our trips. I don't know what we saw. I don't know if it means harm or was just curious about us, but I know it was real. And I know it's still there, waiting behind that wall, its pale hands moving in that strange rhythmic pattern, like it's trying to communicate something I can't begin to understand. Story 5. I've gone back and forth about posting this for a while now. I don't talk about this much. Most people just brush it off or assume I'm exaggerating. But after reading some of the experiences people have shared here, I figured maybe someone might understand or even have encountered something similar. This happened about 3 years ago in Everglades State Park in Florida. I'm a pretty serious mountain biker and have been exploring the park's trails for nearly a decade. I'm not some weekend warrior who freaks out at every snapping twig or distant animal call. I've had my fair share of wildlife encounters, gators, wild boars, snakes, you name it. Florida's wilderness doesn't usually rattle me. I typically head out to the park about twice a month to ride, usually covering anywhere from 10 to 15 miles depending on the weather and trail conditions. I know most of the bike-friendly trails like the back of my hand, which is probably why I decided to check out something new that day. Bad decision. It was a Thursday in late October, around 4 in the afternoon. I remember the timing because I'd taken a half day off work specifically to hit the trails before sunset. The weather was perfect, mid-70s, low humidity, one of those rare, comfortable days in Florida. The park wasn't crowded, just a handful of cars in the main lot when I pulled in. I loaded up my hydration pack, checked my tire pressure, and hit my usual trail. Everything was normal for the first 40 minutes or so. I was about 7 miles in when I spotted a narrow wooden trail branching off from the main path. It wasn't marked on any of the maps I carried, but it looked established enough that I figured it was either new or something the park was developing. There was no biking sign, though I later realized it was headed toward a hiking-only area. The trail cut through an area of dried-out swampland, not entirely dry, but definitely lower water levels than usual. The cypress trees were dense there, moss hanging from branches, creating this weird green filter over everything. I remember thinking it would make a cool Instagram post, so I stopped to take a quick photo. That's when I heard it for the first time. At first, I genuinely thought it was just some bird I hadn't encountered before. Living in Florida, you get used to all kinds of weird wildlife sounds. But this was different. It was like a bird call, but impossibly deep, almost too low for a creature that size. And it had this fluttering quality that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't just the sound itself that bothered me. It was how unnatural it felt. Like hearing a dog suddenly speak perfect English, you know. Your brain just rejects it. The sound was coming from deeper in the woods, away from the established trail. I stood there straddling my bike, listening. It called again, and I immediately felt something was very wrong. Whatever was making that sound knew I was there. I can't explain how I knew this, but I was absolutely certain, and yet it continued to make that call like it was, I don't know, trying to get me to investigate, to follow the sound. I've spent enough time outdoors to know when something isn't right. When you're in the wilderness long enough, you develop this sixth sense. Your primitive brain picks up on things your conscious mind can't quite articulate. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there. I clipped back into my pedals and turned my bike around. That's when everything went from unsettling to terrifying. The exact same sound, that impossible fluttering, not quite bird call, suddenly came from directly over my left shoulder. Not from the distance where I'd heard it before, not gradually closer, just instantly there, like whatever made it had teleported. I nearly fell off my bike. The original source had to be at least 60 yards away, through dense vegetation and muddy ground. Nothing could have moved that far, that quickly, without making any noise. No rustling bushes, no splashing water, no snapping twigs, nothing. Just silence, then that sound right behind me. I'm not ashamed to admit, I panicked. I started pedaling harder than I'd ever pedaled before, not even caring about the technical aspects of the trail. My only thought was getting back to the main path where there might be other people. As I rode, the sound followed me, and I mean followed. It would be behind me, then suddenly off to my right, then ahead of me, then to my left. Each time, it was as if it just appeared in a new location without traversing the space in between. Nothing moves like that. Nothing I know of anyway. The strangest part was how it seemed to be herding me. Whenever I headed toward the main trail, the sound would appear ahead of me, as if trying to block my path. When I'd change direction, it would adjust, always seeming to want me to go deeper into the isolated areas where the swamp was thicker. By this point, my heart was hammering so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. I've encountered alligators at close range, stumbled upon snake nests, and had a wild boar charge at me once. None of those experiences came close to the pure instinctive terror I felt that day. About halfway back to the main trail, I hit a root or something and went over my handlebars. I wasn't badly hurt, just some scrapes and a bruised shoulder, but I lost precious seconds scrambling to get back on my bike. As I was picking myself up, the sound came again. This time it was so close, I could almost feel the air vibrate. Then I saw something, just a glimpse through the trees. I can't describe it accurately because my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't shaped right. The proportions were wrong, too tall, too thin in some places, too wide in others. It moved in a way that suggested joints bending in directions they shouldn't. I grabbed my bike and started moving again, not even bothering to check if I'd damaged anything. The main trail was maybe a quarter-mile ahead. I could see the brighter opening where the tree canopy thinned out. The sounds changed then. Instead of that fluttering call, it became something else, a low, rhythmic clicking or chattering. It reminded me of when you rapidly run your fingernail along the teeth of a comb, but deeper, more resonant. And it was coming from multiple directions at once, as if I was being surrounded. The logical part of my brain, the part desperately trying to rationalize what was happening, thought maybe it was a group of people playing some elaborate prank. But that didn't explain the impossible movement patterns or the fact that I still couldn't see anything making these sounds, despite them being so close. I was maybe 50 yards from the main trail when I heard something splashing through water off to my left. Fast, heavy splashes, like something big moving at high speed. For the first time, whatever it was, wasn't being stealthy anymore. It was charging. I didn't look. I couldn't. I just put my head down and pushed my legs, beyond what I thought they were capable of. My lungs were burning, and my mouth tasted like copper from breathing so hard. When I finally broke through to the main trail, the sound stopped abruptly, like hitting a mute button. I kept riding, though, not slowing down until I reached a group of hikers about a half-mile further along. I must have looked like a complete mess, sweaty, scraped up, wide-eyed with panic. I nodded at them casually as I passed, trying to act normal despite wanting to scream at them to get out of the park. I didn't stop until I reached the parking lot. As I was loading my bike onto my car, a park ranger came over and asked if I was okay. I considered telling him what happened, but couldn't find the words that wouldn't make me sound completely insane. Instead, I just mentioned I'd taken a fall on one of the trails and was a bit shaken up. He looked at me for a long moment, then said something I still think about. He asked, "You weren't out by Cypress Point, were you? Near the old hiking trail?" When I told him that sounded like where I'd been, his expression changed subtly. He didn't seem surprised, more like resigned. He told me they'd been getting reports from hikers about unusual wildlife activity in that area and were considering closing it temporarily. He recommended sticking to the marked trails in the future. I've replayed that conversation in my mind countless times. What did he mean by unusual wildlife activity? Did other people experience what I did? How many reports would it take for rangers to consider closing a trail? I didn't go back to the Everglades for almost 6 months after that. When I finally did return, I specifically asked about that trail at the visitor center. The ranger there, a different one, told me no such trail existed off the main path in that area. When I insisted I'd been on it, she pulled out a detailed map and showed me. Nothing there but swampland, no wooden trail, nothing. I've tried researching folklore about the Everglades, looking for any stories that might match what I experienced. There are plenty of skunk ape sightings and ghost stories, but nothing that describes the sounds or movement patterns of what followed me that day. I still mountain bike regularly, but never alone now, and never in that part of the park. Sometimes when I'm on a trail and the wind blows just right through the trees, I think I hear that fluttering call in the distance. Logically, I know it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I still find myself pedaling faster, unwilling to be caught out there as the sun goes down. What bothers me most isn't the fear I felt that day. It's that I don't know what it was. Was it some undocumented predator? A group of people with some twisted game? Or something else entirely that doesn't fit into any category I understand? And why did it seem to be trying to lure me deeper into the swamp rather than just attacking directly? I don't have answers. All I know is that something was out there in those woods that day. Something that moved in ways nothing should be able to move. Something that made sounds nothing should be able to make. And whatever it was intelligent enough to try to manipulate my direction of travel. I still sometimes wonder what would have happened if I'd followed that sound deeper into the swamp instead of turning back. But mostly, I'm just grateful I didn't have to find out. Story 6. I've been trying to write this out for months now, but every time I start, I get this awful feeling in my chest like I can't breathe. I guess I need to finally get this off my chest, since it's not getting any easier to deal with. I moved to Rivercliff about 8 months ago after getting a decent job offer at the hospital in the next town over. The housing prices here were way more affordable than anything closer to work, and I fell in love with this little cottage-style house that backs right up to Metropolitan Park. The realtor kept emphasizing the beautiful wooded view and private natural setting as huge selling points. What she conveniently didn't mention, but what I learned pretty quickly from my neighbors, was the park's reputation. Apparently, there have been at least 7 drownings in the park's lake over the past decade, and it's become something of a hotspot for suicides. 3 people have hanged themselves from the old oak trees near the Eastern Trail in just the past 5 years. The most recent was only 6 months before I moved in. I'm not usually superstitious, but Jim, my next-door neighbor, told me something that stuck with me. He said the area was supposedly built on old native burial grounds, but that most locals don't talk about it out of respect. The Town Historical Society doesn't mention it in any of their literature either. When I pressed him for more information, he just shook his head and said, "Some things are better left alone, especially in this town." Then he changed the subject entirely. I probably should have taken that as a warning. I brought my dog, Rusty, with me when I moved. He's this big German Shepherd mix, super protective, and has always been my security blanket of sorts. Since day one in the new house, he'd been acting strange, especially in the garage. There's this empty corner by the back door that leads to the yard, and he would just stand there and bark at nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. I checked for mice, spiders, anything that might set him off, but there was nothing there. Last night is when everything happened, and I still can't fully process it. I'd been going through some old papers, bills, statements, old journals I didn't need anymore, and decided to burn them in the little fire pit in my backyard. It was a clear night with a full moon, so I had plenty of light to see by. Rusty was with me as always, lying near the fire and occasionally getting up to patrol the yard's perimeter like he does. It must have been around 11 at night. I remember checking my phone before throwing another stack of papers into the fire. The flames were crackling and I was enjoying the quiet night. That's when I first heard it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct sounds, like someone rapping their knuckles against wood. It wasn't rhythmic like woodpeckers make. This was deliberate. The sound came from the trees behind me, maybe 15 or 20 feet into the woods that separate my property from the deeper parts of the park. I turned around, expecting to see someone there, maybe a neighbor or a park ranger. But there was nobody. The full moon was casting enough light that I could see pretty deep into the tree line, and there wasn't a soul in sight. "Hello!" I called out, thinking maybe someone was playing a prank. No answer. Just silence for about 30 seconds, and then knock, 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 knock. This time the pattern was different. 5 knocks with the middle 2 in quick succession. It almost felt like communication, like someone saying, "Hey, look at me over here." That's the only way I can describe it. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The knocking was coming from directly behind where I was standing, but when I turned around again, I couldn't see anything or anyone who could be making the noise. It wasn't the wind. There was barely a breeze that night. It wasn't branches falling or animals scurrying around. These were distinct, purposeful knocks. What really freaked me out was Rusty's reaction. He's normally extremely vocal about potential threats. This is a dog who barks if a leaf blows across our driveway. But when the knocking started, he just froze. He stood completely still, staring into the woods in the direction of the sound. His ears were perked forward, and I could see the fur on his back standing up, but he didn't make a sound. Didn't growl, didn't bark. Nothing. "Rusty, what is it? What do you see?" I whispered, but he didn't even acknowledge me. It was like he was in a trance. The knocking continued for what must have been 15 minutes, changing patterns occasionally. Sometimes it was rapid, knock, 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 like someone trying to get my attention urgently. Other times it was slow and measured, with long pauses between each sound, but it never stopped completely. I tried to convince myself it was just some natural phenomenon I didn't understand. Maybe water droplets hitting hollow trees or some weird acoustic trick of the forest. But deep down, I knew better. These sounds were intentional, and whatever was making them wanted me to know it was there. What really got to me was how the knocking seemed to follow me. When I moved to a different spot in the yard, the source of the knocking would shift too, always staying directly behind me, always just out of sight. If I turned around quickly, it would stop for a few seconds before starting again, like it was playing some twisted game of red light, green light. After about 20 minutes of this, I decided I'd had enough. "Rusty, come," I said, tugging gently on his collar. He wouldn't budge at first, still staring fixedly into the woods. I had to practically drag him back toward the house. As we approached the back door, the knocking got louder and more insistent. Knock, 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 almost angry now, like whatever was making the noise was upset that I was leaving. Once inside, I locked every door and window, drew all the curtains, and turned on every light in the house. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I wanted to call someone, the police, a friend, anyone. But what would I say? "Hello, officer. There's knocking coming from the woods behind my house." They'd think I was crazy, but even inside with all doors locked, I still felt watched, like whatever had been knocking could still see me through the walls. I sat on my living room couch with Rusty pressed against my side, both of us staring at the back door, waiting. The knocking had stopped, but around midnight, something else started. The motion detector lights in my backyard began turning on and off. On, off, on, off, in a rhythm that matched the knocking I'd heard earlier. I peered through a tiny gap in the curtains, but couldn't see anything moving out there. No animals, no people, nothing that should have triggered those sensors. I thought about the history of the park, about all those drownings and suicides, about the burial grounds Jim had mentioned. I'd always rolled my eyes at ghost stories and paranormal stuff, but sitting there in my living room, with the lights in my yard blinking on and off in that deliberate pattern, I couldn't think of any rational explanation. Around 1 in the morning, I heard something that nearly made me scream, a scratching sound at the back door, light at first, then more insistent, scrape, 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 like fingernails dragging across the wood. Rusty started growling then, finally finding his voice, and pressed himself harder against me. The scratching continued for maybe 5 minutes, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. I sat there, barely breathing, waiting for something else to happen. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the knocking again, but this time it wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from directly underneath me, from the crawl space below the house. Knock, knock, knock. That's when I grabbed my car keys. I wasn't about to spend another minute in that house. I snatched Rusty's leash, hooked it to his collar, and made a dash for my car parked in the driveway. As we ran through the front yard, the motion detector lights at the back of the house went crazy, blinking on and off rapidly like a strobe. We spent the night in my car at a well-lit gas station parking lot about 5 miles away. I didn't sleep, just sat there with Rusty, jumping at every sound and shadow. When dawn finally came, I convinced myself I'd overreacted. that there had to be a logical explanation for everything that had happened. Maybe teenagers from town playing pranks, or some weird acoustics from the park, or my imagination working overtime because of the park's spooky reputation. I drove back home, feeling foolish in the bright morning light. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. Birds were singing, the trees were swaying gently in the breeze, and my house stood exactly as I'd left it. But as I approached my front door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the wooden doorframe, were 3 sets of scratch marks, deep gouges in the wood that hadn't been there the day before. They weren't random or accidental, they were evenly spaced, like someone had deliberately clawed at my door with something sharp. I unlocked the door with trembling hands and went inside to grab some essentials, intending to stay at a hotel for a few days while I figured things out. That's when I noticed the mud. There were footprints on my kitchen floor, not shoe prints, but barefoot human prints, much larger than my own. They led from the back door to the living room, circled my couch once, and then disappeared at the edge of the hallway that leads to my bedroom. I backed out of the house immediately, tugging Rusty with me. He was whining now, pulling against his leash, like he couldn't bear to be in the house either. As we hurried back to the car, I glanced toward the woods behind my property. In the daylight, they looked ordinary, just trees and undergrowth, nothing sinister about them. But something caught my eye at the tree line. A dark figure, just barely visible between 2 large oak trees. It was tall, much taller than any person should be, and impossibly thin, like a shadow stretched out of proportion. I couldn't make out any features, just this dark silhouette standing perfectly still, watching. I blinked, and it was gone, just disappeared between one heartbeat and the next. I've been staying at a hotel since then. I called the police, who came and took a report, but they found nothing suspicious besides the scratch marks, which they suggested might have been made by an animal trying to get in. They didn't seem particularly concerned about the footprints, suggesting they might have been my own that I didn't remember making. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That knocking wasn't natural, and whatever made those footprints in my house wasn't human. I've been researching since this happened, trying to make sense of it. Apparently, wood knocking is something that's been reported across multiple cultures for centuries, often associated with forest spirits or entities. In some Native American traditions, it's believed to be a form of communication from spirits guarding sacred land. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that house. I don't know if I can. Whatever lives in those woods behind Metropolitan Park made contact with me that night, and I can't shake the feeling that it was just the beginning, like it was introducing itself, letting me know it's there, watching and waiting. The worst part. Last night, as I was lying in bed in this hotel 20 miles from Rivercliff, I heard it again. 3 soft knocks on the wall behind my head. Knock, knock, knock. I'm checking out today. I don't know where I'm going, but I can't stay here. Whatever it is, it's following me, and I don't think it's going to stop knocking until I answer. Story 7. I've always thought of myself as pretty level-headed, not the type to jump at shadows or buy into ghost stories. That changed after we moved to Elk River. If you don't know it, it's this small Minnesota town, just 15 minutes from Anoka, which people around here call the Halloween capital of the world. Ironic, considering what happened to us. It all started back when my parents got divorced during my junior year of high school. Mom, my younger sister Leah, who was 15 then, my brother Jake, 13 at the time, and I moved into this small house that I always described as poop brown. Not the most flattering description, but it fit. A plain little one-story with this muddy brown siding that looked permanently dirty, even when clean. I should mention that I wasn't completely closed off to the paranormal before this. At our previous house, I'd taken this photo in our backyard that showed this weird, dark figure standing by our fence. Nobody was there when I took it. I showed it to everyone, but most people just said it was a shadow or a smudge on the lens. But I knew better. Still, one weird photo doesn't exactly make you a believer. Fast forward to when I was 21, still living at home with Mom, who was 40 then, my sister, 18, and my brother, 16. It was summer break from college, and my friend Kayla and I were bored one afternoon. We went thrift shopping at Goodwill and found this Ouija board. It was only $3, so we bought it as a joke, thinking it'd be something stupid to mess around with. That night we set it up in my bedroom. The lights were dimmed. We had some candles lit. The whole cliché séance setup. We were giggling, not taking it seriously at all. I remember asking, "Is anyone there?" And nothing happened for like 30 seconds. Then the planchette started to move. At first, I thought Kayla was pushing it, and she thought I was. We made eye contact, and I could tell by her expression that she wasn't faking it. The planchette slid to yes. We asked who we were speaking to, and it spelled out Watcher. That was weird enough. But when we asked if they were good or bad, the planchette flew off the board. And I don't mean it slid off. It literally launched itself against my wall. Kayla screamed and jumped up, knocking over one of the candles. Thank God I caught it before it lit anything on fire. "Fuck this," she said, and we packed up the board. I shoved it deep in my closet behind some old shoes where I wouldn't have to look at it. About a week later, my sister came running out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and dripping wet. She was practically hyperventilating. She said she'd been in the shower when the bathroom door handle started turning rapidly, like someone was trying to get in. She called out thinking it was me or our brother, but when nobody answered, she peeked out and saw the handle still turning on its own. Nobody else was home. Mom was at work, I was at my part-time job, and Jake was at a friend's house. I tried to calm her down, saying maybe it was the house settling or something, but I didn't really believe that. The way she described it, the handle turning back and forth frantically, didn't sound like anything that could happen naturally. After that, things escalated quickly. About 3 days later, I was home alone doing laundry. I was walking from my bedroom to the kitchen when I saw a woman walking down the hallway away from me. I only caught a glimpse of her. Medium-length dark hair, wearing what looked like a navy blue shirt. I called out, "Hello?" thinking maybe Mom had come home early. No answer. I followed where she'd gone, but there was nobody there. Every door was locked from the inside, every window closed. I searched the entire house, even looked under beds and in closets, feeling like an idiot the whole time. Nobody was there, but I'd seen her as clearly as I'm seeing this screen now. The worst incident happened about 2 weeks after the Ouija board. I woke up at exactly 3:25 in the morning. I remember because I checked my phone immediately after what happened. I was lying on my back, half asleep, when I felt my blanket slowly being pulled down from my chest. At first, I thought I was dreaming, or that I'd kicked it off myself. Then it pulled harder, sliding down to my waist in one smooth motion. I was completely frozen. I could feel the steady tug on the fabric like someone was standing at the foot of my bed, deliberately pulling my covers off. I wanted to scream, to jump up, to do anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. When the blanket reached my knees, I finally snapped out of it and yanked it back up, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. I turned on every light in my room and stayed awake until morning. When I told my mom about it, she suggested it might have been sleep paralysis, but I wasn't paralyzed. I was just terrified, and sleep paralysis doesn't physically move your blankets. After that, everyone started experiencing things. My brother would wake up because he heard someone whispering his name directly in his ear. Kayla refused to sleep over anymore after she felt something repeatedly tugging on her blanket while she was on the couch. She said it felt like a child trying to get her attention. One morning, I set my phone on the bathroom towel rack while I showered. When I got out, it was on the floor in the middle of the bathroom. I hadn't heard it fall, and honestly, How would it have fallen forward several feet from where it had been securely placed? Another time, I had this heavy candle in a glass jar sitting on my dresser. It was the middle of the day. I was sitting on my bed reading, and that candle suddenly flew off the dresser and smashed on the floor. It didn't slide off or tip over. It literally launched sideways, like someone had swept it off with force. There was no explanation, no open window, no fan, no earthquake, nothing. Around this time, I started asking Mom more questions about the house. She'd been reluctant to tell us much before, probably not wanting to scare us, but she finally opened up. The house had been built in the early 1980s, but the basement was added later, dug out under the existing structure. According to the neighbors, during the basement construction, a worker had gone missing. The official story was that he'd quit and moved away suddenly, but there were rumors around town that something else had happened. That's when I realized something that made my blood run cold. Both my mom and I had experienced the exact same thing in the basement without ever discussing it with each other. Whenever we'd go down to do laundry, we'd get this overwhelming fear when it was time to come back up. We'd both find ourselves running up the stairs, heart racing, convinced something was chasing us. Not just a vague fear, a specific sensation of being pursued. I'd always been embarrassed about it, thinking it was just me being childish. When Mom mentioned experiencing the same thing, I got chills all over. Another strange pattern. The only time I ever had vivid nightmares, the kind you remember clearly the next day, was when I slept in the basement family room. We had a pull-out couch down there, and occasionally I'd sleep there if we had guests using my room. Every single time, without fail, I'd have these intense dreams about being trapped underground, dirt filling my mouth, unable to breathe. The basement always felt wrong. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain spots, especially near the north wall where a small storage room was located. My brother's gaming console would turn on by itself, always at night. Sometimes we'd hear knocking from inside the walls. One night, about 7 months after we moved in, I was alone in the house. Mom was working an overnight shift, my sister was at a friend's, and my brother was staying at Dad's. I was up late watching Netflix when the power went out. Total darkness. I used my phone flashlight to find some candles and was about to call the power company when I heard footsteps upstairs. Our house was a one level. There was no upstairs. The footsteps were heavy, deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. Like someone wearing work boots walking across what would have been directly above the living room. I tried to tell myself it was just the house settling, but houses don't settle in a rhythm that perfectly mimics human footsteps. Then they started moving, from above the living room into the hallway, stopping above where I was standing. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I ran outside to my car and sat there until morning. When I told my family, my brother admitted he'd heard the same footsteps multiple times, but thought we would think he was crazy. My sister confessed she'd seen a man standing in her doorway one night. She'd assumed it was our dad checking on her until she remembered he wasn't staying with us. Eventually, we started finding small objects moved or missing. My sister's favorite necklace disappeared from her jewelry box, only to reappear 3 days later, hanging from her bedpost. My brother's baseball trophies would be rearranged, always in height order when he swore he never touched them. Mom's reading glasses would vanish from her nightstand and show up in the refrigerator. The scariest thing, though, was the dirt. We kept finding small piles of dirt in the house, not tracked in mud or dust, actual soil, like from a garden. We'd find it in the bathtub, on the kitchen counter, on our pillows. Once, I woke up with dirt under my fingernails when I knew I'd wash my hands before bed. About a year after moving in, Mom started talking about selling the house. The market wasn't great and we'd take a loss, but she said it didn't matter. She finally admitted she hadn't been sleeping. She'd been seeing a man standing at the foot of her bed, a man in work clothes covered in dirt. "I think someone's buried in our basement," she told me one night after my siblings had gone to bed. "I think whatever happened during the construction, they covered it up, literally." 2 nights later, I had the experience that finally convinced us to move, no matter the financial cost. I was in bed, scrolling through TikTok, when my phone died. I reached for my charger and plugged it in, but nothing happened. I tried a different outlet. Nothing. It was nearly midnight, and I decided to just go to sleep and charge it in the morning. As I was drifting off, I heard a raspy voice right next to my ear. "I'm underneath." I shot up in bed, heart pounding. The room was empty, but I could feel someone watching me. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. I turned on my bedside lamp, but it wouldn't work even though the power was on everywhere else in the house. I could see the hallway light from under my door. Then I felt it. Cold, dirty fingers wrapping around my ankle. Not just a sensation of touch, but actual pressure. 5 distinct fingertips digging into my skin. I kicked wildly and scrambled out of bed, running to the door. When I turned back, there was a perfect handprint of dirt on my white sheets, right where my ankle had been. I slept in my car that night. The next morning, when I showed my mum the handprint, she called a realtor immediately. We moved out within a month, taking a massive financial hit but not caring. The new family that bought the house, a young couple with twin toddlers, seemed nice. I've thought about warning them many times, but what would I say? Hey, your basement might have a body in it. And oh, by the way, whatever is down there likes to touch people while they sleep. It's been 4 years, and I still have nightmares about that house. Sometimes I drive by it when I'm visiting Mom at her new place. We've all moved out now. It still looks exactly the same, poop brown and ordinary. You'd never know what was inside, or underneath. I've researched the property records and construction history, trying to find out who might have gone missing, but there's nothing official. Just rumors and whispers. All I know for certain is what we experienced, and that I'll never use a Ouija board again. To this day, I still check under my bed before I sleep. I keep my feet well away from the edge, and if I ever find dirt on my sheets, I know exactly what it means. Someone, or something, has found me again. Story 8. I still don't have an explanation for what happened to me at Pinewood Lake 7 years ago. I've told this story to a few people over the years, but most just think I was dreaming or sleepwalking. I know what I experienced, though. I was wide awake, and it was real. I was 12 years old when my school organized a 3-day camp at Pinewood Lake. It was supposed to be a fun nature experience with team-building activities and stuff. The cabins were these rustic wooden structures arranged in a horseshoe shape around the central campfire area. Each cabin had about 3 or 4 rooms with 4 beds in each. I was super excited to be rooming with my 3 best friends, Lily, Emma, and Jess. We had it all planned out, staying up late, telling scary stories, the whole thing. But when we arrived at the campground, Miss Peterson, our homeroom teacher, pulled me aside with this apologetic look on her face. "Madison, I'm really sorry, but there's been a booking error. We have too many students assigned to cabin 3. You'll need to move to cabin 5, where there's space available." I was crushed. All my friends would be together, and I'd be stuck with random girls I barely knew. Cabin 5 was on the opposite end of the horseshoe from my friends, which made it even worse. I tried not to cry as I dragged my duffel bag across the gravelly path to my new cabin. The girls in my new room were Tara, Zoe, and Heather. They were nice enough, but were already best friends with each other from another class. They didn't exclude me exactly, but I definitely felt like the odd one out. They were all taller than me too. I was pretty small for my age back then. I remember feeling like a little kid next to them. That first day went okay. We did a hike, had lunch, did some canoeing on the lake. After dinner, we had marshmallows around the campfire, and then it was time for bed. Lights out was at 10, and the teachers did room checks at 10:30. Our room was small, just 4 single beds arranged against the walls, with a small table in the center with a lamp. The floor was made of these old wooden planks that creaked loudly with every step. That's an important detail for later. The door to our room was this heavy wooden thing that would squeak whenever it opened. The bathroom was down the hall, and you had to cross the common area to get there. I fell asleep pretty quickly that night, exhausted from the day's activities. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My watch was on the table, and it was too dark to see it, but it was definitely the middle of the night. The moonlight was streaming through the small window above my bed. I needed to pee, so I sat up and glanced around the room. And that's when I noticed something weird. All the other beds looked flat, like completely flat. No lumps, no shapes of bodies under the covers. Nothing. At first, I thought maybe they just had their blankets pulled down or something. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Nope. The beds were made up with blankets and everything, but they were completely flat, like no one had been sleeping in them at all. I whisper called out, "Tara, Zoe, Heather." No response. I was confused but not scared yet. I figured maybe they'd gone to the bathroom together or something. I got out of bed and the floor creaked loudly under my feet. I checked each bed, reaching out to feel if anyone was there that I somehow couldn't see in the dim light. All empty. The beds didn't even have indentations like someone had been lying in them recently. Now I was a little freaked out. Where had they gone? Had they decided to sneak out and not invite me? I thought maybe they'd gone to hang out with some of the other girls. I opened our squeaky door and stepped into the hallway. It was dark, except for a small nightlight near the bathroom. The common area was empty too. I noticed light coming from under the door of one of the other rooms, the one directly across from ours. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I thought maybe my roommates had gone there to hang out. I knocked softly, heard some murmuring inside, and then slowly opened the door. The room was full of girls, 5 or 6 of them, all sitting up in their beds now, looking at me like I was crazy. But they weren't my roommates. "What are you doing?" one of them asked. I recognized her as Paige from my math class. "I'm looking for my roommates," I said. "Tara, Zoe, and Heather. Have you seen them?" They all looked at each other, confused. "No, we've been asleep," Paige said. "It's the middle of the night." I apologized and backed out, closing the door. Now I was getting scared. I stood in the hallway trying to decide what to do. Should I check the other rooms? Wake up a teacher? I really needed to pee, so I decided to use the bathroom first and then figure things out. After using the toilet, I washed my hands and splashed some water on my face. My heart was beating fast, but I was trying to stay calm. There had to be a logical explanation. I stepped back into the hallway and turned towards my room and froze. The door to my room was gone. Not open, not closed, gone. There was just a blank wall where the door should have been. I blinked hard, thinking I must be seeing things. I looked up and down the hallway to orient myself. This was definitely where my room should be. The common area was to my left, the bathroom behind me, other rooms to my right. But where my door should be, there was nothing but unbroken wood paneling. That's when the real panic set in. I rushed to the spot and ran my hands over the wall. Solid, no door, not even a seam or outline where a door might be. I backed up, my breath coming in quick gasps. This wasn't possible. I ran back across to the room where I'd just spoken to Paige and the others, thinking maybe I had somehow gotten confused about which room was mine. I knocked again, more urgently this time, and opened the door without waiting for a response. "I need help," I said, my voice shaking. "My room is gone." The girls were sitting up, annoyed now at being disturbed twice. "What are you talking about?" Paige asked. "My room. The door is gone." I was practically crying now. "Can one of you come look?" "Madison, you're dreaming," another girl said. "Go back to your room." "I can't find my room," I insisted. "The door is gone." One of the girls, I think her name was Ashley, sighed and got out of bed. I'll look, but then you need to go back to sleep and leave us alone." She followed me into the hallway. I pointed to where my door should be. "See? It's gone." Ashley stared at the wall, then at me, her expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance. "That's not where your room is. Your room is over there." She pointed to the door at the far end of the hallway. "No, it's not. My room is right here," I insisted, pointing at the blank wall. She shook her head and walked back to her room. "Figure it out, Madison. It's too late for this." I stood there alone in the hallway, shaking. I was fully awake. This wasn't a dream. I could feel the cold wooden floor under my bare feet. I could hear the wind outside, but my door was gone. I didn't know what to do, so I walked slowly down the hallway, checking all the other doors. Maybe I really was confused about which room was mine, but I knew I wasn't. I knew exactly where my room was supposed to be. As I reached the end of the hallway, I turned around for one last look, and there it was, my door, right where it should have been all along, where moments before there had been nothing but a blank wall. I ran to it, afraid it might disappear again. I grabbed the handle and threw it open. Inside, everything looked normal. And there, in their beds, were Tara, Zoe, and Heather, clearly visible as large lumps under their covers, their breathing creating a steady rhythm in the quiet room. I stood frozen in the doorway, trying to process what I was seeing. They were there. They'd been there all along, but the beds had been empty. I had checked. I had felt them with my own hands. "Madison, is that you?" Zoe's sleepy voice came from her bed. "What's going on?" I couldn't speak. I just stood there staring. "Close the door," Heather mumbled. "You're letting the cold in." I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, then stood with my back against it, heart pounding. "Are you okay?" Tara asked, sitting up slightly. Have you guys been here the whole time?" I managed to ask. "What do you mean?" Zoe said, sounding annoyed now. "We've been trying to sleep." "You didn't go anywhere? You've been in your beds all night?" "Yes," Heather said firmly. "Now please be quiet and go back to sleep." I slowly walked to my bed and sat down, my mind racing. What had just happened? Had I been sleepwalking, having some kind of waking nightmare? But I knew I wasn't. I was completely awake. I had checked those beds. They were empty. The door had disappeared. These weren't things I had imagined. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, watching my roommates sleep, afraid that if I closed my eyes, something else impossible would happen. The next morning, I tried to explain what had happened to my roommates. They just laughed and said I must have been sleepwalking or had a really vivid dream. But later, when I ran into Paige at breakfast, she confirmed that I had come to their room in the middle of the night looking for my roommates. And Ashley remembered coming out to the hallway with me, though she swears I was just confused about which room was mine. I talked to one of the teachers, Mr. Brooks, who had been staying in the small room at the back of our cabin. He said he had heard someone walking around during the night. The creaky floors made it impossible not to hear movement in the cabin. He thought someone was just going to the bathroom. This proved I wasn't sleepwalking. I was making real noise, moving around in the real world. I even checked the windows in our room that day. They were tiny, maybe a foot square, and they had screens on them. There's no way my 3 roommates could have climbed out those windows and then back in without me noticing. Besides, the beds weren't just empty. They were flat, undisturbed, like no one had been in them at all. It's been 7 years, and I still think about that night all the time. I've researched every possible explanation. Sleepwalking, hallucinations, false memories. None of them fit what happened. The only explanation that makes any sense to me, as crazy as it sounds, is that somehow, for a brief time that night, I slipped into, I don't know, another version of reality. A place where my roommates didn't exist, where even the architecture of the building was different. And then, just as suddenly, I slipped back. I've never experienced anything like it before or since, But I know what happened was real. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't confused. For those few minutes at Pinewood Lake, I was somewhere else, or something else happened that I still can't explain. Sometimes I wonder if it could ever happen again, if one day a door I'm familiar with will just not be there anymore. And honestly, that thought terrifies me more than anything else. Story 9. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family and doctors. Writing this down makes my hands shake, but I need to tell someone who might understand what I'm experiencing. My name is May, and I moved to Auckland from Beijing about 4 years ago. I was so excited to start my master's program here. New Zealand seemed like the perfect place to build a new life. The first 2 years were amazing. I made friends, enjoyed my studies, and felt at peace for the first time in my life. Then everything changed. It started with dreams that felt different from normal ones. I've always had vivid dreams, but these were something else entirely. They began gradually about 2 years ago, just strange feelings at first, like someone was watching me while I slept. I'd wake up with this certainty that I hadn't been alone in my bedroom, even though I lived by myself in a small apartment near the university. The first full encounter happened in winter 2021. I remember because it was raining heavily that night, and I'd gone to bed early after finishing a major assignment. I fell asleep quickly, but then found myself in this space. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't my bedroom anymore, but it wasn't completely different either. Everything had this blue-gray tint, like being underwater, and the air felt thick. That's when I sensed it for the first time, a presence behind me. I couldn't move properly, not paralyzed exactly, but like my movements were slowed down. When I tried to turn around, I could only move slightly, not enough to see what was there, but I could feel breathing on my neck. Then I heard words in my head, not spoken aloud, but somehow inserted directly into my thoughts. "You are a chosen one." It used Mandarin, my native language, which made it even more unsettling. The voice wasn't male or female, it was just there. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, feeling like I'd just run a marathon. The strangest part wasn't the terror, though. It was how real it felt, not like a nightmare at all. Every detail was crystal clear, and I remembered everything. I tried to brush it off as stress or maybe something I ate, but 3 nights later it happened again. And again. Soon it was occurring every 3 to 5 days, like clockwork. The entity, I don't know what else to call it, never showed itself completely. It always positioned itself behind me or just out of my line of sight. When I tried to turn and look, it would shift to stay behind me. It was like a game of cat and mouse that I couldn't win. The encounters became more intimate over time. At first it just observed me, but then it started touching my shoulders, my hair. I'd feel fingers trailing down my back or arms wrapping around my waist. I know how this sounds, but I swear I'm not making this up or exaggerating. These weren't pleasant experiences. I was terrified every time. What makes this different from sleep paralysis, which I've researched extensively, is that I wasn't paralyzed. I could move, just not enough to escape or fully see the entity. And I didn't wake up exhausted like people say happens with sleep paralysis. I'd wake up scared, heart pounding, but not physically drained. The weirdest part was that after about 6 months of these visits, I started noticing a pattern. When I visited my family in China during university breaks, the encounters became much more intense. During my first trip back home, in summer 2021, I actually had what the doctors later called a psychotic episode. I was staying at my parents' apartment in Beijing, and one night I became convinced something was living in the walls. I could hear scratching and whispering in Mandarin, saying my name and telling me I belonged to it. My parents found me in the bathroom at 3 in the morning, crouched in the corner, scratching at the tile with my fingernails until they bled. I don't remember doing that. They took me to a hospital where doctors gave me something to calm down and suggested I see a psychiatrist. I never did. I was too embarrassed, and as soon as I returned to Auckland, the symptoms disappeared completely. But the nighttime encounters continued in New Zealand, just less intense. Then I visited China again in winter 2022 and had another episode. This time I was found wandering the streets at night in my pajamas, talking to someone no one else could see. Again, I don't remember this. My third episode happened last summer during another visit home. I woke up screaming that something with too many teeth was trying to pull me through the ceiling. Each time, as soon as I returned to Auckland, the daytime symptoms would stop, but the nighttime encounters continued, becoming a regular part of my life that I somehow learned to deal with. I know it sounds crazy that I just got used to it, but when something happens repeatedly and you can't stop it, your brain finds ways to cope. 2 nights ago, everything escalated in a way that's forced me to finally seek help. The encounter started like the others. I fell asleep around midnight after studying late. I slipped into that familiar grey-blue space and immediately sensed the presence. But something was different this time. It felt angry. I could feel tension in the air, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. The entity moved around me, not staying behind me like usual. For the first time, I caught a glimpse of it when it passed by my side. What I saw made my blood freeze. Its head wasn't round like a human's. It was squared off, with strange angles that hurt my eyes to look at. In the dim light, I could see its skin was ashen grey. I gasped and instinctively pulled back. That's when everything changed. The entity made a sound, not quite a growl, more like radio static mixed with a hiss, and grabbed my right arm. I felt its grip like ice against my skin. Then it bent down and bit my forearm. The pain was shocking. Not like a human bite, its mouth opened wider than should be possible. I felt a horrible sucking sensation, like it was trying to draw something out of me through the bite. I screamed and tried desperately to wake myself up, thrashing and fighting. Then suddenly, a thought entered my mind that wasn't my own. Stop fighting or it will get worse. The voice was in Mandarin again, but different this time, harsh and commanding. I don't know why, but I stopped struggling. As soon as I did, the sucking sensation eased, though it didn't stop entirely. I remained frozen, too terrified to move, feeling this thing feeding on something from me. Not blood exactly, but something else I can't explain. After what seemed like hours, but was probably just minutes, it released me. Before it disappeared, it spoke in my mind one last time. You are mine, no matter where you go, but here is where I am strongest. I woke up gasping, my body drenched in sweat. I immediately turned on all the lights and looked at my arm, expecting to see bite marks or bruising. There was nothing visible, but my forearm ached with a deep throbbing pain that lasted all day. Yesterday, I finally gathered the courage to talk to a counselor at the university's health center. I didn't tell her everything, just enough that she referred me to a psychiatrist who specializes in sleep disorders and cultural aspects of mental health. I have an appointment next week. The counselor mentioned something called an incubus when I described the nighttime visitor. Apparently, it's a male entity that visits women during sleep. The description matched some of what I've experienced, but doesn't explain why the episodes get so much worse in China, or why it sometimes speaks Mandarin to me. I haven't slept properly since that night 2 days ago. I'm afraid of what might happen if I do. I've tried everything. Keeping lights on, playing music, sleeping with religious symbols nearby, even though I'm not religious. Nothing helps. What terrifies me most is the sense that this thing is becoming more aggressive. For almost 2 years, it observed and touched, but never hurt me. Now it's feeding on me somehow, and I don't know what that means or what it might do next. I keep thinking about what it said, about being strongest in China. Is there something about my homeland that gives it power? Is it something that's followed my family? My grandmother once told me stories about hungry ghosts when I was little, but she stopped when my mother got angry at her for scaring me. I don't know if this is a psychological problem or something supernatural. Maybe it's both. The rational part of my brain says it must be some kind of sleep disorder, maybe triggered by the stress of living in a different culture. But then I remember the squared head, the impossibly wide mouth, the pain that lingered after I woke up, and I'm not so sure. Tonight, I'm staying at a friend's apartment. I haven't told her why, just said there was a water leak in my building. I'm hoping that being around another person might keep the entity away, but I have this horrible feeling it won't matter, that it'll find me wherever I go. I'm writing this down, partly to keep myself awake, and partly because I need someone to know what's happening to me. If you've experienced anything similar or know something that might help, please tell me. I'm desperate and running out of options. It's almost midnight now. My friend has gone to bed, and I'm sitting in her living room with all the lights on, fighting to keep my eyes open. I'm terrified of what might be waiting for me when I finally do sleep. That squared head, those two wide jaws, the feeling of it feeding on me, and the absolute certainty that it's not done with me yet. Story 10. I've struggled with whether I should post this for a long time. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or anything paranormal, and I've always been pretty practical. But something happened to me 5 years ago when I was 16 that I just can't explain, and it still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. I was volunteering at this wildlife sanctuary in rural Minnesota. It's this beautiful stretch of farmland that had been converted into a rehabilitation center for injured wildlife and a sanctuary for animals that couldn't be released back into the wild. I started volunteering there because I needed community service hours for school, but I ended up falling in love with the place and kept going back even after I'd logged all my required hours. It was mid-January, and we'd had this terrible cold snap followed by some freezing rain. Everything was covered in this treacherous layer of ice. I remember the sanctuary was eerily quiet that day because most of the birds had taken shelter, and even the usually chatty raccoons were huddled up in their enclosures. I wasn't supposed to be there alone. Usually Rick, the owner, or at least one other volunteer would be around. That afternoon I was working with Marissa, who was in her 30s and had been volunteering there for years. Rick had to leave early to pick up his kids from school because his wife had some appointment. And then Marissa got a call that her dog had gotten out of her yard, so she had to rush home too. Before Rick left, he asked if I would be okay finishing up some basic chores, just cleaning some enclosures and refilling the bird feeders. It wasn't unusual for me to be there alone for short periods, and I only lived about 10 minutes away, so my mum could come get me if needed. Rick said he'd be back in about an hour, and Marissa would probably return before that if she found her dog quickly. The last thing Rick said before driving off was, "Just do the easy feeders, Jamie. Leave the one on the barn for me. That one's tricky even when it's not icy." The barn feeder was this big platform feeder mounted high up on the side of the old barn. It was positioned about 15 feet up the wall on this narrow ledge that ran along the side of the building. The ledge itself was only about 8 inches wide. To reach it, you had to climb up this wooden trellis that wasn't really meant to be climbed, then shimmy across the ledge to reach the feeder. Below the ledge was a concrete pad where they sometimes parked tractors. It was a really bad place to fall. I'd refilled that feeder maybe twice before, but always with Rick spotting me from below. Even on a good day, it made my palms sweat. But here's the thing about being 16. You think you're invincible, and you really want to prove yourself capable. So after I finished all the other feeders, I stood there looking at this big bag of birdseed, looking at that barn feeder that was completely empty, and I decided I could handle it. I thought Rick would be impressed if he came back and everything was done. Plus, I reasoned, the birds needed food in this weather more than ever. I set up the aluminum ladder against the barn wall to reach the trellis, knowing full well that this wasn't the safe way to do it. Rick always used this special scaffolding setup when we did this feeder, but I figured I could manage without it, just this once. The ladder was already feeling unstable on the icy ground, but I carefully climbed up anyway. When I reached the trellis, I had to stretch to grab onto it and pull myself over. My heart was pounding like crazy, but I made it onto the trellis. From there, I had to climb up the wooden lattice another few feet to reach the ledge. The wood was freezing cold and slippery with frost. My fingers were already starting to go numb. I remember thinking I should have worn better gloves. I only had these thin knitted ones that were getting soaked from the ice on the trellis. When I finally pulled myself up onto the ledge, I had a moment of pure panic. It was so much narrower than I remembered, and with a thin layer of ice on it, it felt impossible to balance. I clung to the rough barn wall, my cheek pressed against the weathered wood. Below me was a 15-foot drop onto concrete. At that height, a fall could easily mean broken bones or worse. I had the bag of birdseed wedged between my body and the wall, and I started to inch sideways toward the feeder. Step by tiny step, my back flat against the wall, my feet carefully sliding along the icy ledge. I was only about halfway to the feeder when I realized what a massive mistake I'd made. The wind had picked up, and it kept pushing against me. My hands were so cold they were starting to shake. But I was committed now. Going back felt just as dangerous as going forward. That's when it happened. I had just reached a particularly icy patch on the ledge. My right foot slipped a little, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. I managed to press myself harder against the wall to regain my balance. I took a deep breath and was about to take another sideways step when I heard it. "Get down!" It wasn't just someone speaking. It was a man's voice, screaming directly in my face, so loud and so close that I could almost feel the breath on my skin. The voice came from right in front of me, not from below, not from inside the barn, but from the empty air directly in front of my face. I jerked backward in shock, somehow managing not to fall. My first thought was that Rick had returned and seen me doing exactly what he told me not to do. I let out this awkward, nervous laugh and said, "Sorry, I just thought I could." That's when I realized I could see the parking area from where I was standing. Rick's truck wasn't there. Marissa's blue Subaru was gone too. There was nobody in the yard below, nobody calling up to me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Rick, is that you?" Nothing. Just the wind and the distant sound of crows. I felt this cold wave of fear wash over me that had nothing to do with the January temperature. That voice had been so clear, so loud, so present. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't the wind playing tricks. Someone, or something, had screamed at me to get down. I didn't hesitate after that. I started making my way back to the trellis, moving much faster than was probably safe, desperate to get off that ledge. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the bag of birdseed. When I finally made it back to the ladder and climbed down, my legs were like jelly. I collapsed onto the ground, breathing hard, the birdseed forgotten beside me. Once I calmed down enough to think clearly, I decided to check if anyone else was on the property. Maybe a hiker had wandered onto the sanctuary land, or one of our neighbors had come by for something. I spent the next 20 minutes walking around, calling out, checking all the buildings. Nothing. There wasn't another human being anywhere on the property. When Rick returned about 40 minutes later, I was sitting in the main building, still shaken. I didn't tell him what happened. I was afraid he'd be mad that I'd tried to fill the barn feeder alone, and honestly, I was also afraid he'd think I was crazy. Instead, I just said I hadn't gotten to the barn feeder yet. He nodded and said he'd take care of it tomorrow when he had the proper equipment. As he was setting up the scaffolding the next day, I noticed him testing the ledge and frowning. "Good thing you didn't try this yesterday," he said, chipping away at the ice. "This ledge is a sheet of ice. One wrong step, and you'd have fallen straight down onto the concrete." That night, I finally told my mom what had happened. She got this strange look on her face and asked me to describe the voice again. When I told her it was a man's voice, deep and urgent, she started crying. She explained that my grandfather, her dad, had died in an accident at his farm when I was just a baby. He'd fallen from a hayloft and broken his neck. I'd never known him, but she said I looked just like him. He always was protective of everyone, she said. Always the first to warn people away from danger. I don't know if it was my grandfather's voice I heard that day. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or guardian angels or whatever you want to call it. What I do know is that something impossible happened. A voice that couldn't have been there saved me from what could have been a terrible fall. I kept volunteering at the sanctuary until I left for college, but I never went near that barn feeder alone again. Sometimes when I was working by myself, in the quiet parts of the property, I'd get this feeling like I wasn't really alone. Not in a creepy way. More like someone was keeping an eye on me, making sure I was safe. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years. Some believe me, some think I imagined it, or that the voice was just carried on the wind from somewhere else. But I know what I heard. It was right in front of me, clear as day, urgent and commanding. A voice that had no business being there, appearing at exactly the moment I needed it most. I still volunteer at wildlife places when I can, but I'm a lot more careful about safety procedures now. And sometimes when I'm facing a risky situation, I swear I can feel something. A presence, a watchfulness. Like whatever saved me that day is still looking out for me. I don't have an explanation for what happened, I probably never will. But I'm grateful for it, whatever it was, because I'm pretty sure that without that voice, I might not be here to tell this story. Story 11. I still can't sleep properly, even though it's been 5 weeks since our trip to Edinburgh. I keep waking up in cold sweats, feeling small fingers playing with my hair or tugging at my clothes. James says I need to talk to someone about what happened, that writing it down might help me process everything. So here goes. My boyfriend James and I had been planning our Scotland trip for months. We're both history buffs and love exploring old places with dark pasts. We'd heard about Mary King's Close from a travel podcast. This underground street system preserved beneath Edinburgh's Royal Mile. These narrow streets and homes were built in the 1600s, then later sealed up and built over. Now they run tours through them, and obviously they're supposedly super haunted. When we got to Edinburgh, it was freezing, early January, with that bone-chilling damp cold that seeps through your clothes. The streets were quiet since tourist season was over, which was perfect for us. We deliberately booked the last tour of the day at 9 p.m., hoping for a creepier experience with fewer people around. The entrance to Mary King's Close was unassuming, just a small doorway off the Royal Mile. We checked in with a woman at a tiny desk who handed us our tickets and directed us to wait in a small room with about 8 other visitors. The walls were stone and the lighting was dim, setting the mood before we'd even started. Our tour guide introduced himself as Malcolm. He was this tall guy with a beard wearing period costume, like 17th century clothes, with a slightly theatrical air about him. He started by explaining how Mary King's Close got its name from a prominent businesswoman who lived there in the 1600s, and how the area became notorious during the plague years. "Remember," Malcolm warned us in his thick Scottish accent, "these passages are narrow, and the ceilings are low. The people were shorter back then." He wasn't kidding. As soon as we descended the first set of steps, I had to hunch over. The air felt immediately different, stale and heavy, with a musty smell that I can only describe as ancient. The passages were lit by small fixtures that cast long shadows across the stone walls. Our footsteps echoed as Malcolm led us through the first few chambers, describing how entire families would live in spaces smaller than modern bathrooms. He showed us original fireplaces, wall markings, and even old furniture pieces that had been preserved. James was eating it up, asking questions about construction methods and living conditions. I was more interested in the human stories, especially when Malcolm started talking about the plague. When the Black Death swept through Edinburgh, Malcolm explained, as we entered a particularly claustrophobic room, many families were sealed inside their homes to prevent the spread of disease. Some were still alive when the doors were nailed shut. I felt a shiver run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. The thought of being trapped in these dark, cramped spaces while sick and dying was horrifying. The tour continued through various chambers and narrow corridors. The whole place was disorientating. You lost all sense of direction as you moved from room to room. Malcolm was clearly enjoying himself, pausing dramatically at certain spots to describe grisly deaths or supernatural occurrences. About halfway through the tour, we entered what he called Annie's room. It was smaller than the others, with a low ceiling and a single small window space that would have once looked out onto the close. "This," Malcolm said solemnly, "is where we believe a young girl named Annie died during the plague. Her family had fled, leaving her behind." He gestured to a corner where several small toys were arranged. A teddy bear, a doll, and various other items. Visitors leave these as offerings. Many people claim to feel Annie's presence here, particularly women and children. I noticed a few of the women in our group exchanging nervous glances. James squeezed my hand, giving me that look that said he thought it was all nonsense. While the rest of the group moved on to the next room, I lingered behind. I'm not sure why. Maybe morbid curiosity? I stared at the little collection of toys and felt genuinely sad, thinking about a child dying alone in this cold, dark place. Without really thinking about it, I whispered, "Annie?" half-jokingly. That's when I heard it. A sharp, distinct knock from the corner of the empty room. Not like settling wood or pipes, a deliberate knock, as if someone had rapped their knuckles against the wall. My heart literally skipped a beat. I told myself it was just the tour guide in the next room, maybe knocking on something for effect. I hurried to catch up with the group, feeling weirdly unsettled. As I rejoined them, I felt something tug on my scarf. I spun around, thinking I'd caught it on something, but there was nothing there. It happened again a few minutes later. A distinct pull, like someone was gently tugging at the fabric. I didn't say anything to James. He's such a skeptic that he'd have just laughed it off. But for the rest of the tour, I kept feeling these little tugs and pulls at my clothes, my hair, my bag. It was like being followed around by a mischievous child wanting attention. Malcolm continued leading us through the maze of rooms and passages, explaining how social hierarchy determined which level of the clothes you lived on. The wealthy at the top, the poor at the bottom. The stories got darker as we went deeper. Accounts of murders, grave robbers, and people who supposedly went mad from living in perpetual darkness. At the end of the official tour, Malcolm brought us to a steep, narrow staircase that disappeared upward into shadows. It wasn't part of the regular path. "This staircase," he said in a hushed voice, "was sealed for centuries until recent construction work uncovered it. Some say we disturbed something best left alone when we broke through that wall." He paused dramatically. "This is where we end our tour. Please follow me back to the exit." As the group started following Malcolm, James leaned over to me. "Let's check it out," he whispered, nodding toward the staircase. "Are you serious? We can't just wander off," I hissed back. "The exit is right around the corner. We'll just take a quick look and catch up. When are we going to get another chance?" I hesitated. The last thing I wanted was to go up those stairs, but James was already moving toward them, and I didn't want to be left alone either. Reluctantly, I followed. The staircase was even narrower than it looked, barely wide enough for one person. The steps were worn in the middle from centuries of use. James went first, and I followed close behind. The temperature seemed to drop with every step we took. I'm not exaggerating. It got noticeably colder. We'd climbed about 15 steps when we reached a small landing. James was about to continue upward when I grabbed his arm. "Wait," I whispered, though I'm not sure why I was whispering. "I don't think we should go any further." That's when I saw her. At the top of the next flight of stairs stood a woman. Not a modern woman, a gaunt figure in tattered, old-fashioned clothes. Her dress was dark and ragged at the hem, the style unmistakably from centuries past. But it was her face that made my blood turn to ice. Her skin was a sickly grey, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. Her eyes, God, her eyes, they were hollow, sunken pits that somehow still fixed directly on me with such intensity that I couldn't move. Her expression was pure rage, not just anger, but a centuries-old fury that felt directed specifically at me. Her thin lips were pulled back in a snarl, revealing blackened teeth. I tried to speak, to grab James, to run, but I was frozen in place. The woman raised one skeletal hand, pointing a long, bony finger downward in a clear command. Go back. That's when the whispers started. Not one voice, but many, overlapping in a language I couldn't fully understand. Old Scots, maybe, with words and phrases occasionally becoming clear. Leave, not welcome, death comes. With the whispers came a smell so foul it made my eyes water, the unmistakable stench of decay, like something rotting in damp earth. James must have seen her too, because he suddenly gasped, "Holy shit!" and stumbled backward. Before I could reach for him, something, not the woman, she hadn't moved, yanked him violently backward. It was as if invisible hands had grabbed his shoulders and pulled. He fell hard against the stone steps, crying out in pain. I lunged for him, but as I tried to help him up, something held him down. He struggled against nothing I could see, his eyes wide with terror. "Something's got me!" he shouted, his voice echoing in the narrow stairwell. That's when I noticed the scratches appearing on his arms. Actual scratches appearing out of nowhere, tearing through his jacket and drawing blood. 3 parallel lines on each forearm, like claw marks. The spectral woman began moving toward us. She didn't walk. Her feet didn't touch the ground. She glided, her tattered dress swaying slightly, as if in a breeze I couldn't feel. I was screaming by this point, screaming for help, for Malcolm, for anyone. James was fighting to get up, but whatever had him pinned was incredibly strong. The woman kept coming, her hollow eyes fixed on me, the whispers growing louder. She was barely 3 feet away when everything just stopped. The whispers cut off mid-syllable. The woman vanished, not dramatically fading away, but there 1 second and gone the next. The pressure holding James down released, and the horrible smell disappeared. We didn't wait around. We scrambled down those stairs faster than I thought possible, practically falling over each other in our panic. We burst out into the main chamber, gasping for breath. Malcolm and the rest of the group were waiting by the exit, looking annoyed. "There you are," Malcolm said sternly. "We were about to send someone to look for you." James, still shaking, mumbled an apology about getting lost. I couldn't speak at all. My throat felt tight, like someone had been squeezing it. Malcolm gave us a strange look, but didn't press the issue. He simply led us out with the others, back to the world of streetlights and cars and normal living people. Outside in the cold night air, James and I stood trembling on the Royal Mile. His arms were bleeding through his jacket, actual physical wounds that couldn't be explained away. When he pushed up his sleeve, we both gasped at the 3 distinct claw marks on each arm. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "What did we see?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My legs felt like they might give out at any moment. We walked back to our hotel in silence, jumping at every shadow, clinging to each other. Neither of us wanted to talk about what had happened, as if speaking about it might somehow make it follow us. It wasn't until we were locked in our hotel room, with every light turned on, that I went to the bathroom and saw it in the mirror. The bruising around my neck, perfect small fingerprints, like a child had grabbed me there, like Annie had. I broke down then, sobbing uncontrollably while James held me, his own hands still shaking. We tried to rationalize it the next day. Carbon monoxide poisoning, mass hallucination, some kind of elaborate prank by the tour company. But none of those explanations accounted for James's scratches or the bruises on my neck, which lingered for days. Before leaving Edinburgh, we did some research at the local library. The librarian seemed unsurprised when we asked about hauntings in Mary King's Close. She showed us old newspaper clippings and local history books that mentioned a wraith-like woman seen in the closed-off sections of the underground streets. According to the accounts, she targeted visitors who ventured too far from the official paths. Some stories suggested she was a plague victim who lost her children and now resented any living person who entered her domain. Others claimed she was a witch who practiced dark magic in the secluded chambers beneath the city. But it was the mention of Annie's ghost that really got to me. Descriptions of visitors feeling tugs on their clothes, hair being pulled, and even finger-shaped bruises appearing on women's necks or arms. Children who left toys reportedly had them moved or rearranged when no one was looking. We left Edinburgh the next day, cutting our trip short. Neither of us could bear to stay in that city another night. It's been over a month now, and I'm still not okay. James's scratches healed, leaving faint scars that doctors couldn't explain. My bruises faded after about a week, but the psychological effects haven't gone away. I keep feeling those tugs on my clothes when no one's there. Sometimes I wake up at night feeling small fingers playing with my hair. James says I talk in my sleep now, sometimes in words he doesn't understand. And the dreams, I have the same dream almost every night. I'm back on that staircase, but this time I'm alone. The woman is there pointing downward, but I can't move. Behind me, I hear a child giggling. Small hands push me forward toward the woman whose hollow eyes never blink. I wake up gasping for air, my throat tight as if small hands are squeezing it. I don't know what we encountered in Mary King's Close that night. I don't know if we somehow brought something back with us. All I know is that I'll never forget that woman's face, those empty eyes, or the feeling that something ancient and malevolent recognized me for reasons I'll never understand. Sometimes I wonder if we didn't just encounter a ghost that night, but somehow angered it, disturbed something that had been waiting centuries for intruders like us. And now I can't shake the feeling that it's still watching me, following me, waiting for the right moment to finish what started on that dark, narrow staircase beneath Edinburgh's ancient streets. Story 12. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. Growing up in rural Australia during the late 1800s toughened you up pretty quick. There was too much real danger from drought, snakes and bandits to waste time worrying about ghosts. At least that's what I always told myself. But what happened 23 years ago changed everything I thought I knew about the world. I've kept quiet all this time, partly because I didn't want folks thinking I'd gone mad, and partly because even now, the memory makes my hands shake. My name's Thomas Blackwood. Back in 1898, I owned a modest sheep farm neighbouring John Fisher's sprawling cattle property about 15 miles outside of Millerton. Fisher wasn't what you'd call friendly, but he was as reliable and predictable as the sunrise. Every Wednesday, rain or shine, he'd ride into town for supplies. Every season, he'd drive his cattle to market on the same dates. The man lived by routine, which is why what happened struck everyone as so bloody strange. I remember that autumn clearly. The days were getting shorter, and we'd had unusual amounts of rain. The creek dividing my property from Fisher's had swollen to twice its normal size. I'd seen John just 3 days prior when he'd stopped by to discuss sharing costs on repairing the road that connected our properties to town. He mentioned he was planning to sell some prime cattle that Friday and expected a handsome sum. Friday came and went. On Saturday morning, I needed to pick up some tools from the general store and decided to check if Fisher had returned. His farmhand, George Worrell, was in the yard when I arrived, loading supplies into a wagon. There was something about George that never sat right with me. Maybe it was knowing he'd been transported from England for theft years back, or maybe it was just the way his eyes never quite met yours when speaking. "Fisher around?" I asked, staying on my horse. George shook his head. "Mr. Fisher's gone on business to Melbourne. Said something about land investments. Might be gone 3-4 months. I frowned. That doesn't sound like him. He never mentioned any trip when we spoke Tuesday. Was sudden-like, George replied, turning away to adjust the horse's harness. Got word of an opportunity, couldn't wait. Left me in charge of everything. Said he trusts me to handle it all proper. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't place it. Fisher was a private man, despite being well respected in the community. Who was I to question his business dealings? I thanked George and rode on to town, where I mentioned Fisher's unexpected absence to a few locals. Most shrugged it off, though Robert Collins, the banker, seemed surprised Fisher hadn't mentioned anything when depositing his cattle sale money. Days turned to weeks. Summer approached, and George seemed to settle comfortably into his role as temporary master of Fisher's estate. He began selling off cattle, just a few head at first, then larger numbers. He traded Fisher's modest buggy for a flashier model and was seen spending freely at the pub. When asked about Fisher, he'd wave dismissively and say, "Still doing business down south. Man's making a fortune by his letters." But no one had seen these letters, and Fisher's handwriting was distinct. He'd been educated back in England and wrote with an elegant script none of us bush farmers could match. Nearly 4 months after Fisher's disappearance, Henry Jenkins, a sheep farmer whose property lay beyond Fisher's, rode into my yard just after dawn. He was white as a sheet, his hands trembling as he accepted the tea my wife offered. "You won't believe what I saw last night, Tom," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "I was riding back from town, bit late and foggy it was. You know that fence line along the eastern boundary of Fisher's place? The one near the Black Wattle Grove?" I nodded, remembering the spot well. It marked where Fisher's property met the old cattle trail. "There was someone sitting on the fence," Henry continued. "At first I thought it was some traveler taking a rest, though it was an odd spot and near midnight. As I got closer," he paused, taking a shaky breath. "Tom, it was Fisher, plain as day." "Fisher's back from Melbourne?" I asked, feeling a surge of relief mixed with confusion. Henry shook his head violently. No, this wasn't right. The moon came out from behind the clouds and I saw him clear. He was sitting there, but he looked wrong, all grey-like, and his clothes, the same ones he always wore, they were dirty and torn. I called out, 'John, when did you get back?' But he didn't answer, just turned his head real slow and stared at me with these empty eyes. Then he raised his arm and pointed toward his house. Not a word spoken. Next thing, the fog rolled in thick, and when it cleared, he was gone. I tried to convince Henry he'd seen a stranger, or his eyes had played tricks in the darkness. But Henry was adamant. He'd known Fisher for 15 years, knew his broad shoulders and the distinctive slouch from an old riding injury. Word spread quickly. Some dismissed Henry as drunk or addled, but others weren't so sure. George became defensive when questioned, insisting Fisher was still in Melbourne and accusing Henry of stirring up trouble. "Man probably saw a drifter," he scoffed when I asked him directly, or more likely, had too much whiskey at Carson's pub. But 3 days later, it happened again. The postmaster's son saw the same figure, this time standing by the edge of Fisher's Pond, motionless in the moonlight, before disappearing when approached. The boy, only 14, and known for his honest character, described Fisher perfectly, down to the scar on his left cheek from a branding accident years back. People began to whisper. Was Fisher dead? Was his spirit trying to tell us something? The mood in town darkened, and all eyes turned toward George, who'd suddenly grown nervous and short-tempered. Finally, Constable McGregor rode in from the regional station. Not one to believe in ghost stories, he was nonetheless troubled by Fisher's lengthy absence and the increasingly strange behavior of his farmhand. He organized a search party, bringing along an Aboriginal tracker named Charlie, who was renowned for finding lost children and criminals across 3 counties. I joined the search, along with 6 other men from surrounding farms. We gathered at Fisher's property at dawn. George protested violently, claiming we were trespassing and that Fisher would be furious when he returned. But when McGregor produced an official warrant, George fell silent, his face ashen. Charlie walked the property methodically, paying special attention to areas where the soil had been disturbed. Near midday, he called us over to a fallen log in the wooded area behind the barn. It was moss-covered and unremarkable, but Charlie pointed to dark stains on the underside. "Blood," he said simply. "Old, but not too old." From there, he followed a trail none of us could see, leading directly to the pond, where the boy had spotted Fisher's apparition. The water was murky and still, bordered by cattails and tall grass. Charlie circled the pond once, then stopped at the northern edge, where the bank sloped gently into the water. "Dig here," he instructed. George, who'd been forced to accompany us, suddenly bolted. He didn't get 10 yards before McGregor's deputy tackled him to the ground. The desperation in his face told us everything we needed to know. 2 men began digging while George was restrained. I'll never forget the smell when they hit upon something about 3 feet down. It wasn't just the normal stench of decay. There was something else, something cold and unnatural that seemed to rise from the earth. Some of the men gagged and stepped back. What they uncovered was unmistakably John Fisher. His body was badly decomposed after months in the damp ground, but his clothing, his size, and most tellingly, his pocket watch with his wife's portrait inside, confirmed it. The local doctor summoned to the scene noted a severe fracture to the back of Fisher's skull, the killing blow likely delivered from behind with something heavy. The evidence mounted quickly against George. Fisher's strongbox was found hidden in George's quarters, with most of the cattle sale money still inside. A bloodied axe handle was discovered buried behind the barn. And most damning, Fisher's distinctive signet ring was in George's coat pocket, a ring Fisher never removed according to all who knew him. George maintained his innocence through his arrest and initial interrogation. "I found him dead," he insisted. "Thought folks would blame me on account of my past, so I panicked and buried him. But I never killed him. I swear on my mother's grave." No one believed him. The trial was brief, the verdict unanimous. The night before his scheduled hanging, George finally confessed to McGregor. According to the constable, who shared this with me years later, George had planned it for months. He'd struck Fisher from behind as he counted his money from the cattle sale, dragged the body to the pond, and buried it in the soft earth. He figured, with Fisher's lack of close family, he could claim Fisher had moved away, gradually sell off the property, and disappear with the proceeds. What he couldn't explain, McGregor told me, was the ghost. He swore he saw it too, standing at the foot of his bed several nights, just staring and pointing toward the pond. Said it drove him half mad with fear. After the execution, Fisher was properly buried in the town cemetery. The property was sold to cover his debts, and distant relatives notified in England. As for the apparition, no one reported seeing it again after the body was discovered. But that's not where my story ends. A year later, I had to ride past Fisher's old property late one foggy night. I wasn't thinking about the events of the previous year. My mind was on a sick lamb I'd been tending. As I approached that same fence line where Henry had his encounter, my horse suddenly stopped, ears pricked forward, refusing to move. Looking up, I felt the blood drain from my face. There, sitting on the fence just as Henry had described, was the unmistakable figure of John Fisher. His form was grey and insubstantial, edges blurring into the fog, but his features were clear enough. He turned slowly toward me, his eyes hollow pits in a face that seemed both solid and transparent at once. For a long moment, we simply stared at each other. Then he did something I never expected. He nodded once, solemnly, and faded into the mist. I've never told anyone about this final sighting. Some might say it was my imagination, influenced by the tragedy and the stories. Maybe it was. but I know what I saw, and sometimes when I ride that road on foggy nights, I still find myself scanning the fence line, half expecting to see him there. They say Fisher's ghost appeared to seek justice, to make sure his murderer didn't profit from his death. I like to think my encounter was his farewell, his acknowledgement that justice had been served and he could finally rest. But on cold nights, when the mist rolls in from the creek, I wonder if anything ever truly rests in peace when its life is taken in violence. I sold my farm 5 years later and moved closer to town. Couldn't stomach being so near to that pond anymore. The new owners of Fisher's property reported no strange sightings, but they did fill in that pond within their first month. Said it gave their children nightmares, though they'd never heard the story. 23 years on, and I still get chills thinking about that nod, that acknowledgement from beyond the grave. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I'd believe it myself if I hadn't lived it. But true or not, I won't be riding past that fence on foggy nights again. Story 13. I still can't explain what happened that night in February 1884. Sometimes I wonder if I should even try. My son just turned 40 last month, and I've never told him about it. What would be the point? Until now, I've only shared this with my closest friends and family, but I need to get it off my chest once and for all. It was about 5 weeks after my son William was born. The winter that year was particularly harsh in our part of England. Snow had been falling steadily for days, and the wind howled through every crack in our old house. My wife Catherine was exhausted from the constant feeding and caring for our firstborn, so I'd taken to sleeping in the drawing room to give her space. We'd hired a nurse to help, but she had fallen ill with influenza that week, leaving Catherine to manage on her own. I felt guilty about not being more help, but Catherine insisted I needed proper sleep as I had to work during the day. The drawing room wasn't intended as a bedroom, but we'd moved in a reasonably comfortable daybed where I could sleep. It was quite a large room with high ceilings, dark wood paneling, and heavy curtains that kept out most of the draft. We'd purchased the house just 6 months earlier, an old Georgian building on the outskirts of town. I remember being so proud when we moved in, our first real family home with enough space for children to grow up in. That night, the 15th of February to be precise, I had gone to bed around 10 o'clock after checking on Catherine and the baby. Both were sleeping soundly, so I retired to the drawing room, stoked the fire one last time, and settled down with a book. I must have nodded off around 11. I don't know exactly what time it was when I heard it. That whisper, my name, spoken so clearly that I jolted awake instantly. James. Just once, soft but perfectly distinct. Not shouted, not urgent, but deliberate. The kind of whisper meant to wake someone without startling them. I turned over, fully expecting to see Catherine standing by my bedside, perhaps needing help with William. The room was dark, except for the faint glow from the dying embers in the fireplace and slivers of grey light filtering through the gap in the curtains where the moonlight reflected off the snow outside. But it wasn't Catherine. Someone else stood beside my bed. A woman, shorter than my wife, wearing what appeared to be a grey shawl wrapped around her shoulders and head. I couldn't make out her features properly in the dim light. She was just standing there, completely still. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice thick with sleep. No answer, no movement, just silence. I blinked hard, thinking perhaps I was still half dreaming. As my eyes adjusted better to the darkness, I noticed something off about the figure. There was something wrong about the proportions, something I couldn't quite place. The shoulders seemed too narrow, the head slightly too small for the body. "Catherine?" I asked again, though I already knew it wasn't her. Still no response. I reached for the matchbox on the bedside table, determined to light the lamp while keeping my eyes fixed on the figure. I didn't want to look away, not even for a second. My fingers fumbled with the small box, but before I could strike a match, the figure began to move. And God help me, she didn't walk. She floated backward. That's the only way I can describe it. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of clothing. She simply drifted away from my bedside, rising slightly as she moved until she seemed to dissolve into the shadows near the window. I sat frozen for several seconds, my heart hammering in my chest. Then I lunged for the lamp, struck a match with shaking hands, and filled the room with light. There was nothing there. I leapt out of bed and checked every corner of the room. The door to the hallway was still locked from the inside, just as I'd left it before sleeping. The connecting door to the small boudoir was ajar, but when I checked inside with my lamp held high, that room too was empty. The windows were all sealed shut against the winter cold. I stood in the middle of the drawing room, lamp in hand, trying to make sense of what I'd just witnessed. Had I dreamed it? Was I still half asleep and imagining things? The rational part of my mind insisted this must be the explanation, yet it had felt so real. I could still hear that whisper in my ear, so clear and distinct. Unable to settle my nerves, I decided to check on Catherine and the baby. I unlocked the door and walked down the hallway to our bedroom. To my surprise, Catherine was awake, sitting in the rocking chair by the window, nursing William. "James?" She looked up, surprised to see me. "Is everything all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated before telling her what happened. It sounded absurd even as I recounted it, but Catherine listened without interrupting. When I finished, she seemed astonished, but tried to reassure me. "You've been working so hard, and with the baby keeping us both awake, you're probably exhausted," she said gently. "Our minds can play terrible tricks when we're overtired." "It felt real, Catherine," I insisted. "I heard my name as clearly as I'm hearing you now." She smiled sympathetically. "Come sit with us for a while," she offered. "William's almost done feeding." I stayed with them for nearly an hour. The normalcy of watching my wife with our child gradually calmed my nerves. William fell asleep at her breast, his tiny face peaceful and untroubled. How could anything be wrong in a world where such innocence existed? By the time Catherine herself began nodding off, I had almost convinced myself that I'd experienced nothing more than a particularly vivid dream. "Go back to bed," Catherine murmured sleepily. "We'll both be fine." Reluctantly, I returned to the drawing room. I stoked the fire again, adding fresh logs until it blazed brightly, filling the room with warm light and the comforting sound of crackling wood. I left the lamp burning on the table beside my bed, convinced that I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Yet somehow, exhaustion overcame me, and I drifted off. I don't know how long I slept before waking again. The fire had died down to glowing embers once more, and the lamp had burned out. The room was almost completely dark, except for that same silvery glow from the snow outside. Something made me look toward the window. She was there, the same figure, but this time pressed against the glass, a black silhouette against the snowy night. Not outside the window, as you might think, but inside the room, standing between my bed and the window. Pure terror gripped me. I scrambled backward, knocking over the bedside table as I reached desperately for matches. The table crashed to the floor, sending everything scattering. The figure began moving toward me, that same unnatural floating motion. No steps, no sound, just a steady, purposeful advance. I leapt from the bed with a strangled cry and did the only thing my panic-stricken mind could think of. I lunged at the apparition, determined to prove to myself that it was either real or imaginary. I passed straight through it. The sensation was indescribable, like plunging into a bath of ice water, while simultaneously feeling as though every hair on my body was standing on end. I stumbled forward, off balance, and crashed onto a small sofa. Then came the darkness. Not the ordinary darkness of a nighttime room, but something else. Something alive. Something conscious. It enveloped me completely. A thick, suffocating presence that seemed to have weight and substance. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My limbs were paralyzed as though pinned by an immense invisible force. I tried to scream but couldn't open my mouth. I tried to thrash against whatever held me but couldn't twitch a finger. The pressure increased on my chest until I was certain my ribs would crack under the strain. All the while I felt watched, studied, evaluated. By what or whom I couldn't say, but the sense of being observed by something ancient and utterly alien was overwhelming. How long this lasted, I cannot say. It might have been seconds or hours. Time seemed to have no meaning, but eventually, with one final desperate surge of will, I broke free. It felt like tearing through a membrane, a sudden jolt of energy coursing through my body as I regained control of my limbs. I found myself gasping for air, drenched in sweat, my nightshirt clinging to my skin. The room was normal again, just a drawing room in the middle of the night, with furniture knocked askew from my panicked movements. I didn't hesitate. I fled the room, not even pausing to grab a lamp, and staggered to Catherine's bedroom. I must have looked a fright when I burst in, face pale, hair wild, clothing soaked with sweat despite the winter cold. Catherine bolted upright in bed, startled by my entrance. "James, what on earth—" "I can't stay in there," I gasped, collapsing into the armchair by her bed. "I can't explain it, but I can't stay in that room." She didn't question me further that night, just made room in the bed beside her. I lay awake until dawn, listening to the soft breathing of my wife and child, afraid to close my eyes. The next morning, I told Catherine everything while we had breakfast. In the bright light of day, with servants moving about and normal household activities resuming, the events of the night seemed almost ridiculous. Almost, but not quite. The memory of that suffocating darkness was too vivid, too real. Word of my experience somehow got around to the neighbors, likely through one of the servants who overheard us talking. By afternoon, we received an unexpected visitor, Mr. Hargrove, the previous owner of the house. He was an elderly gentleman who had moved to London after selling us the property. As it happened, he was visiting friends in the area and had heard the rumors. "So you've met her, have you?" he asked without preamble as the maid showed him into our sitting room. My blood ran cold. "Met who?" "The lady in grey," he replied, as casually as if discussing the weather. "She tends to appear in the drawing room. That's why I never used it as a bedroom, despite it being one of the warmer rooms in winter." Catherine and I exchanged glances. "You never mentioned anything about unusual occurrences when we purchased the house," I said, trying to keep accusation from my tone. "Would you have believed me if I had?" Mr. Hargrove raised an eyebrow. "Besides, she's harmless enough. Just doesn't like people sleeping in her room, apparently." "Harmless," I exclaimed. "Sir, I was paralyzed, suffocating." "Ah," he interrupted, "you tried to interact with her. That was your mistake. The last gentleman who stayed in that room, my cousin from Edinburgh, he left in the middle of the night and refused to ever set foot in this house again. Said something held him down until he could hardly breathe. But he had tried to touch her, you see." I listened in horrified fascination as Mr. Hargrove casually related other instances, all remarkably similar to my experience. The whispered name, the figure by the bed, the sensation of being watched. "Who is she?" Catherine asked, her face pale. Mr. Hargrove shrugged. "No one knows for certain. The house dates back to the early 1700s. Could be anyone. Wife, mother, daughter. Perhaps she simply considers that room hers." After he left, Catherine suggested we have the local vicar come bless the house. We did, though I'm not sure it made any difference. We also rearranged the rooms, converting the drawing room back to its original purpose and setting up my study in the boudoir instead. I never slept in that room again. Not once in all the 40 years we've lived in this house. I've used it for entertaining guests, for reading in the afternoons, for family gatherings at Christmas, but never after dark and never alone. Sometimes, on winter nights when the snow falls heavy and silent outside, I think I hear my name being whispered again. Just once, soft but clear. James. And though I tell myself it's just the wind or my imagination, I never go to investigate. What troubles me most, even after all these years, isn't the apparition itself. It's what Mr. Hargrove said as he was leaving, something I've never shared with Catherine or anyone else. "Count yourself fortunate, Mr. Harrison," he told me quietly at the door. "Some who sleep in that room never wake to tell the tale. Whatever she is, she seems to be selective, as if searching for someone specific. I often wonder who she's looking for, this lady in grey, and I fear someday she might find them." Story 14. I still can't bring myself to sleep in complete darkness. Even after all these years, I need at least one lamp burning through the night. I know it sounds childish for a grown man, but if you'd experienced what I did in that Dublin townhouse in 1872, you might understand my lingering unease. It was mid-January when I arrived in Dublin from Edinburgh. My cousin Margaret had written urgently requesting my presence. Her husband Harold, a man of 84 years, had suffered a devastating stroke just after Christmas. The doctors gave little hope for recovery, and Margaret, being of delicate constitution herself, needed assistance managing the household during this difficult time. I'd barely visited Dublin before, despite it being just across the Irish Sea. The journey was miserable. Bitter January winds and freezing rain lashed the ferry crossing. By the time I reached the north side neighborhood where Margaret resided, I was thoroughly chilled and exhausted. The house was an impressive Georgian affair, 3 stories of weathered brick with tall windows and a polished brass knocker that gleamed despite the dreary weather. Margaret's family had done well in Dublin over the years, with interests in shipping and trade. The neighborhood was quite respectable, inhabited mostly by successful merchants, a few minor nobility, and retired military men. Margaret greeted me with obvious relief. She looked terribly worn, with dark circles under her eyes and a pallor that spoke of sleepless nights. "Thank God you've come, Thomas," she said, embracing me. "I fear I cannot manage much longer on my own." Harold lay in a first-floor bedroom that had been hastily converted for his care. He was a ghostly figure against the white sheets, his right side completely paralyzed, his speech reduced to incomprehensible mumbles. A nurse visited daily, but the doctors had been clear. What Harold needed most was constant vigilance. He could take a turn for the worse at any moment. The household staff consisted of a cook, 2 maids, and Edward, the footman, a serious young man of about 25 who had been with the family for several years. It was decided that Edward and I would take turns keeping vigil through the nights, relieving Margaret of this burden. The routine was simple but exhausting. I would watch from 8 in the evening until 2 in the morning. Then Edward would take over until dawn. During the day, Margaret and the nurse attended to Harold while I caught what sleep I could. Edward's room was in the servants' quarters at the back of the house, while I was given a bedroom directly above Harold's sick room, a spacious chamber with heavy drapes, a mahogany wardrobe, and a large 4-poster bed. For 16 nights, this arrangement worked without incident. Harold remained stable, neither improving nor worsening. I grew accustomed to the house's normal sounds, the tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, the occasional creak of settling timbers, the wind in the chimney. The nights were long and dull, spent reading by lamplight or simply watching Harold's labored breathing. On the 17th night, I remember it clearly, because we'd just received news that Margaret's sister would be arriving from Belfast the following day. I was particularly tired. I'd been helping prepare the house for the visitor, and by the time my watch ended at 2, I practically stumbled up the stairs to my room. I didn't even bother lighting the bedside lamp. I simply removed my shoes, waistcoat and collar, and collapsed onto the bed fully clothed. Sleep came instantly. I don't know how much time passed before I was awakened by a deliberate push against my left shoulder. It wasn't rough, but firm enough to rouse me from deep sleep. My first thought was that Edward needed me. Perhaps Harold had taken a turn for the worse. "What is it?" I murmured, still half asleep. "Is something wrong with Harold?" No answer came. The room was pitch dark, the heavy curtains blocking even moonlight. I couldn't see a thing. "Edward?" I called again, slightly louder. Again, silence. Then, just as I was wondering if I'd dreamed the whole thing, there came another push against my shoulder, more insistent this time. Irritation flared through my drowsiness. "For God's sake, Edward, what is it?" I sat up quickly, reaching out toward where I assumed he must be standing. My hand closed around something that made my blood run cold. Another hand, warm, soft, and undeniably human. But Edward should have lit the lamp or brought a candle. And why wasn't he speaking? "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice sharper now, tinged with the first edges of fear. "Identify yourself immediately." Nothing. Just the sensation of that hand beneath my grip. It was smaller than Edward's. I knew because we'd shaken hands upon my arrival. This hand felt more like a woman's, but not Margaret's frail, bony fingers. This was plump, almost fleshy. Acting on instinct, I tightened my grip and gave a sharp tug, expecting to pull whoever it was closer so I could demand an explanation. But what happened next defies rational explanation even now, decades later. The hand, or rather whatever it was attached to, didn't budge. Instead, I felt myself being pulled toward it. At the time, I weighed nearly 13 stone and was reasonably strong for a man in his 40s. Yet this unseen presence was stronger, much stronger. Panic surged through me. Using my free hand, I frantically felt for the matches beside the bed, but couldn't locate them in the darkness. All the while I maintained my grip on the hand, partly from fear and partly from a strange determination not to let this intruder escape unidentified. "Who are you?" I hissed again, fighting against the pull. "What do you want?" With my free hand, I began to trace upward from the wrist I was holding. I felt a thick sleeve, like winter garments of heavy wool or tweed. At the end of the sleeve was a crisp linen cuff. My fingers continued upward, expecting to encounter an arm, a shoulder, eventually a face. But when I reached what should have been the elbow, my fingers met. Nothing. The arm simply ended. There was empty air where the rest of the limb should have been. I froze in shock, my mind refusing to process what my senses were telling me. In that moment of hesitation, my grip loosened slightly. That was all it took. The hand slipped from my grasp as easily as smoke. At that precise moment, the hall clock below struck 2 loud, resonant chimes. The sound jolted me to my senses. I lunged across the bed toward the bedside table, knocking over something, a water glass, I think, before finally locating the matches. With trembling fingers, I struck one and lit the lamp. The room was empty. I leapt from the bed and searched every corner, under the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the curtains. Nothing. The door remained closed as I had left it. The windows were securely latched against the January cold. There was simply nowhere a person could have hidden or escaped. I spent the remainder of that night sitting upright in a chair, lamp burning brightly, a poker from the fireplace clutched in my hand. I didn't close my eyes once until dawn broke. When morning came, I must have looked a fright. Margaret commented on my appearance at breakfast, asking if I'd fallen ill. I hesitated to share my experience, not wanting to upset her with her husband so unwell. But when Edward came in with fresh coffee, the words spilled out of me. I had to tell someone, or risk thinking I'd gone mad. To my surprise, neither Margaret nor Edward seemed particularly shocked. They exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. "It seems you've met Aunt Betty," Margaret said finally, with a resigned sigh. "Aunt Betty?" I repeated blankly. "My husband's great-aunt Elizabeth," Margaret explained. "She lived in those upper rooms for nearly 30 years before dying in 1819 or thereabouts. She was formidable by all accounts." "You're suggesting I encountered a ghost?" I said incredulously. Margaret stirred her tea. That room has a certain reputation. We don't usually put guests there, but with Harold downstairs and preparations for my sister's arrival... You might have warned me, I said a bit tartly. I thought it mere household superstition, Margaret replied, until a few years ago when the incidents became more frequent. Edward, who had been quietly attending to the coffee service, spoke up. Begging your pardon, sir, but you're not the first to have such an experience in that room. The last gentleman who stayed there, a retired general, left after just 2 nights. Wouldn't say what happened, but he was white as a sheet and preferred to pay for rooms at an inn rather than spend another night under this roof. Over the next hour, I heard tales that chilled me further. A young cousin who had bedclothes yanked away in the middle of the night. A visiting aunt who felt an invisible hand slap her awake. Margaret's own sister, not the one arriving but another, who saw dark shapes moving in the shadows. A housemaid who refused to clean the room alone after feeling something brush past her repeatedly. And most disturbing, a female guest who felt something heavy leap off the foot of her bed when she lit a candle in the night. Why that room? I asked. And why now, after all these years? No one had an answer. Margaret mentioned that Aunt Betty had been the unofficial caretaker of the family for decades. She nursed 3 generations through illnesses, she said, perhaps with Harold so ill. I stayed in Dublin for 6 more months. Harold improved slightly but never fully recovered. He lived another 3 years, after that night in fact, suggesting whatever visited me hadn't come as a harbinger of his imminent death. Strangely, I continued to sleep in that same room without further incident. I kept a lamp burning all night, every night, but Aunt Betty, if that's who it was, never returned to disturb my rest. Looking back now, my greatest regret is letting go of that hand. In my shock at finding the arm ended at the elbow, I lost my grip on perhaps my only chance to understand what the visitation meant. Was it a warning? A plea? Or something more sinister? I've researched the history of the house since then and found that Aunt Betty did indeed die in that room after a brief illness. She had been the one who tended to sick family members, never marrying, dedicating her life to the family's welfare. Perhaps she was still fulfilling her duty, checking on those who watched over the ill. But why appear to me, a relative stranger? Why the show of force, pulling me toward her with that inhuman strength, and why only that once, never to return? I still don't have answers. The physical sensation of that hand in mine, warm, solid, undeniably real, haunts me still. In my darkest moments, I sometimes imagine I feel again that firm push against my shoulder, rousing me from sleep. And always, always, I sleep with a light burning. Story 15. I still can't sleep properly, even though it's been nearly 8 months since it happened. Every time my hand dangles off the edge of the bed, I jerk awake in a cold sweat. I've taken to tucking the blankets under the mattress like I'm in some kind of hospital, just to make sure no part of me ends up exposed to whatever might be lurking beneath. My therapist says it's PTSD. Maybe she's right. But she doesn't believe what actually caused it. I wasn't a believer in ghosts or anything supernatural before last December. I'm still not sure what I believe now, but I know what I felt, what I touched, and no amount of rational explanation has been able to take that away. It started when my friend Catherine invited me to stay at her family's country house in Gloucestershire. It was one of those old stone buildings that had been in her family for generations. The kind with creaky floorboards, drafty corridors, and windows that never seemed to keep the damp out. The main part of the house dated back to the early 1800s, with additions tacked on over the years in a haphazard sort of way that gave the whole place a disjointed feeling. Catherine had invited several friends for the weekend, but a snowstorm meant I was the only one who made it. Just us then, she'd said cheerfully when I arrived. rain-soaked and shivering. Well, us and Aunt Meredith and Mrs. Palmer, the housekeeper, everyone else cancelled. I didn't mind. Catherine and I had been friends since university, and I was looking forward to catching up. We hadn't seen each other in almost a year, and the quiet countryside seemed like the perfect place to reconnect. The first strange thing happened as Catherine was showing me to my room. We were climbing the main staircase, a wide wooden affair that creaked with every step. Catherine was a few steps ahead of me, chatting about some local gossip, when I felt something move past me. It wasn't a breeze exactly, more like a displacement of air, like when someone walks quickly by you in a narrow hallway. I turned around, expecting to see Mrs. Palmer or Aunt Meredith, but there was no one there. Just an open doorway to what looked like an unused bedroom, dimly lit by the grey afternoon light filtering through heavy curtains. "Did you feel that?" I asked Catherine. She paused on the landing above me. "Feel what?" "Never mind," I said. "Probably just a draft." But it didn't feel like a draft. It felt like something solid had slipped past me. My room was at the top of the stairs, directly facing the staircase. It was a decent-sized room with old-fashioned furniture. A four-poster bed with faded curtains, a heavy wooden wardrobe and a writing desk beneath the window. Catherine helped me settle in, then left me to freshen up before dinner. I was unpacking my bag when I felt it again. That sensation of presence. But this time it was different. This time I could feel something standing directly behind me, something tall, leaning slightly forward, as if peering over my shoulder. I could almost feel breath on the nape of my neck. My hands froze on the sweater I was folding. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct in my body was screaming that whatever was behind me wasn't something I wanted to see, but I couldn't just stand there forever. Slowly, I reached for the gas lamp on the bedside table. The house had been modernized in most ways, but Catherine's family kept these old lamps around for atmosphere. I hadn't bothered to switch on the overhead electric light when I came in, as there had been enough daylight filtering through the window. Now the room was getting darker as evening approached. My fingers closed around the lamp, and I turned the knob to ignite it. A warm glow filled the room, casting long shadows across the walls. I took a deep breath and spun around. Nothing. Of course there was nothing. I laughed nervously at my own imagination and turned back to my unpacking. That's when I felt it. A hand wrapping around my forearm. A cold, solid hand with a grip so firm it felt like it might leave bruises. I looked down and saw it clearly in the lamplight, pale, almost bluish, with prominent veins and knuckles. A man's hand, and where the middle finger should have been, there was nothing. Just a smooth gap between the index and ring fingers. I screamed. I screamed like I'd never screamed before, dropping the lamp onto the bed. Thankfully, it didn't break or ignite anything. The hand disappeared the moment I made a sound, but the cold sensation lingered on my skin like a brand. Catherine came running, followed by an elderly woman I assumed was Aunt Meredith, and a sturdy, middle-aged woman in an apron who had to be Mrs. Palmer. They found me backed against the wardrobe, rubbing my arm and babbling about a hand with a missing finger. "There's someone in the house," I kept saying. "Someone grab me." They searched everywhere, under the bed, in the wardrobe, behind the curtains. Catherine even checked the narrow servant staircase that connected to a small door near my room. Nothing, no sign of any intruder. "The house makes noises," Aunt Meredith said kindly. "It settles and creaks. When I first moved in after marrying Edward, I used to imagine all sorts of things." "I didn't imagine this," I insisted, showing them my arm. There were no marks, though, no evidence of the icy grip I'd felt. They exchanged looks that made me feel foolish. Catherine suggested I might be overtired from the journey, and perhaps I'd like to lie down before dinner. I agreed, mostly to get them to leave so I could compose myself. But once alone, I turned on every light in the room and kept checking over my shoulder. Nothing further happened that night or the next day. By the time I left on Sunday afternoon, I had almost convinced myself it had been some kind of strange hallucination brought on by fatigue and the suggestive atmosphere of the old house. Almost. 3 weeks later, I was at a dinner party in London when the subject of ghost stories came up. After a few drinks, I found myself recounting my experience at Catherine's family home. I tried to make light of it, presenting it as a funny anecdote about my overactive imagination. One of the other guests, an older gentleman named James, who I'd just met that evening, listened with unusual intensity. When I finished, he asked, "This wouldn't happen to be Thornfield Hall in Gloucestershire, would it?" I confirmed that it was. "And the aunt? That would be Meredith Blackwood?" Again, I nodded. "Have you ever seen a photograph of her late husband, Edward?" I hadn't. I'd never even thought to ask about him. James sat back in his chair. Edward Blackwood was a tall man, slightly stooped from years of bending over accounting ledgers, and he was missing his middle finger on his right hand, lost it in a shooting accident in his youth. The room seemed to grow colder as he spoke. I remembered the hand gripping my arm, the right hand with the missing middle finger. "How did you know it was that specific room?" James asked. "What do you mean?" "The room at the top of the stairs. That was Edward's study before it became a guest room. He died in there. Heart attack at his desk about 15 years ago. I didn't sleep well that night. A couple of days later, I called Catherine to ask about her uncle. She confirmed everything James had said. Edward had indeed been tall, slightly stooped and missing his middle finger. When I asked if she'd ever experienced anything strange in the house, she hesitated. "Not me, personally," she said finally. "But Mrs. Palmer refuses to go into that room after dark. Has done for years." I pressed her on this, and she reluctantly gave me Mrs. Palmer's telephone number. When I called, the housekeeper was initially reluctant to talk about it, but eventually opened up. "It was about a year after Mr. Edward passed," she said, her voice trembling slightly even over the phone. "I was sleeping in that room while some repairs were being done to my usual quarters. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was pressing down on my knees, like they were sitting on the edge of the bed." She paused, and I could hear her taking a deep breath. When I opened my eyes, he was standing there next to the bed. Mr. Edward, plain as day, looking down at me. I fainted dead away. When I came to, there was nothing there, of course, but I've never slept in that room since, and I don't go in after dark if I can help it. I thanked her and hung up, my hands shaking. For months, I avoided visiting Catherine at her family home, always finding excuses when she invited me. But when her 30th birthday came around in May, I couldn't refuse. She'd planned a weekend house party, and this time the house would be full, at least a dozen guests. When I arrived, Catherine apologized profusely. "We're completely full up," she said, "with Aunt Meredith's friends staying as well. I've had to put you in the room at the top of the stairs again. I hope that's all right." What could I say? I couldn't explain my reluctance without sounding ridiculous, so I smiled and said it was fine. After all, I told myself, with the house full of people, what was there to be afraid of? I was determined not to let my imagination get the better of me this time. I left the door open to let light from the hallway in, and I chatted with the other guests until I was tired enough that I thought I'd fall asleep immediately. And I did. I fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. But something pulled me awake in the middle of the night. The house was silent. Not even the usual creaks and groans of an old building settling. Just absolute stillness. The kind of quiet that feels like a held breath. The kind that makes your ears strain for any sound at all. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. My right arm had fallen over the edge of the bed in my sleep, my hand dangling into the darkness beneath. And around my wrist, I felt it. The cold, firm grip of a hand with a missing middle finger. My first instinct was to scream, to pull away. But something stopped me, a kind of curiosity stronger than fear. I wanted to know. I needed to know what was holding me. So instead of pulling away, I did the unthinkable. I reached down with my left hand and touched the thing that was gripping me. It was solid, cold but solid. I could feel the knuckles, the tendons standing out under the skin, the smoothness of the fingernails. I traced my fingers up from the hand to the wrist, feeling the bony prominence there, then up along the forearm. The skin was cold, but had a texture. Not like touching a living person, but not like touching an object either. Something in between. I kept moving my hand upward, past the forearm to where the elbow should be. There was nothing. The arm simply ended, as if cut off from the rest of reality. My fingers explored the empty air where a bicep should have been, finding nothing. That's when the fear finally overcame my curiosity. I jerked my hand away and tried to pull free from the grip on my wrist. For a moment, the hand held firm. Then, slowly, the fingers uncurled. I yanked my arm back onto the bed and scrambled to sit up, fumbling for the lamp. Before I could reach it, I felt the mattress depress beside me, as if someone had sat down on the edge of the bed. The air grew colder, and I could feel that presence again. The tall, slightly stooped figure, now sitting right next to me in the darkness. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. Something cold touched my cheek, a single finger, tracing a line from my temple to my jaw. Then, whatever it was, leaned closer, close enough that I should have been able to see it even in the darkness, close enough that I should have felt breath on my face. But there was no breath, just cold and a scent like old books and mothballs. That's the last thing I remember clearly. According to Catherine, they found me the next morning on the floor, unconscious and burning with fever. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital with what the doctors called brain fever, delirious and shaking. I have no memory of those weeks, or of how I got from the bed to the floor. I haven't been back to Catherine's house since then, and she hasn't pressed me to visit. Sometimes I think about calling Mrs. Palmer to ask if she's experienced anything more, but I never do. Some questions are better left unanswered. All I know is that sometimes, late at night, I still feel the phantom sensation of cold fingers wrapping around my wrist. And in my dreams, I'm still reaching into that darkness, still feeling my way along that arm that ends in nothingness, still wondering what would have happened if I'd had the courage to stay conscious when that cold presence leaned over me in the dark. What was it trying to tell me? What did it want? I don't think I'll ever know, and maybe that's for the best. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me at Oakhart Manor last summer. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was the summer of 1856, and I had business matters to attend to in Derbyshire. My wife, Catherine, and our 3 children stayed behind in London, as the journey would be brief and the matters rather tedious, settling a land dispute with a former business partner. I had planned to stay at the White Horse Inn near Bakewell, but as fortune would have it, I remembered that Thomas Blackwood, an acquaintance from university days, had an estate not 5 miles from where my business would take place. I hadn't seen Thomas in nearly 8 years, but we had always been on good terms. On impulse, I decided to call upon him rather than spend money on lodgings. It was presumptuous, perhaps, but in those days, country hospitality was still considered a matter of honor among gentlemen. What I didn't know until I arrived at Oakhart Manor was that my sister Elizabeth was also visiting. She had married a man from the neighboring county and apparently maintained a friendship with Thomas's wife. It was a pleasant surprise, and Thomas welcomed me warmly despite my unannounced arrival. "William, what a delightful surprise!" he exclaimed when I arrived at his door, road-weary and dusty from travel. "We have plenty of room. You must stay with us rather than at that dreary inn." I was shown to a guest chamber on the 2nd floor, a spacious room with dark oak paneling and heavy burgundy drapes. The furniture was old but well maintained. A large 4-poster bed with crimson hangings, a writing desk by the window, a washstand. and an armoire. Nothing remarkable, but comfortable and clean. The only peculiarity I noticed was that the carpet seemed newer than the rest of the furnishings, a plush Turkish affair in deep blues and reds that didn't quite match the room's somber character. I was exhausted from my journey and retired early, declining to join the family for supper. Elizabeth brought a tray to my room, and we chatted briefly about family matters before she left me to rest. I remember falling asleep almost immediately after blowing out my candle. I'm not sure how long I slept before waking. There were no clocks in the room, and my pocket watch was in my waistcoat across the chair, but it was that hour of deepest night when even the nocturnal creatures fall silent. I woke suddenly and completely, which was unusual for me. I typically drift slowly into consciousness. Something felt wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. The air in the room had changed. It felt heavy, pressing down on me like the weight before a violent storm. My skin prickled with a sensation I can only compare to standing too close to electrical equipment. The hair on my arms stood on end. At first, I thought I was simply disoriented from sleeping in an unfamiliar place, but then I noticed the light. There was a faint glow in the room, but it wasn't coming from the window. The heavy curtains were drawn tight. It wasn't moonlight or early dawn. This light had no source that I could identify, no candle, no lamp, no fire in the grate. As my eyes adjusted, I realized the light was coming from a figure standing near the far wall, about 8 feet from the foot of my bed. It was a woman. I froze, unable to move or speak. My first thought was that someone had entered my room, perhaps a servant who had mistaken which guest chamber was occupied. But this made no sense. Why would a servant be in my room in the middle of the night? And why would she just be standing there, silent and still? As I stared, I realized there was something terribly wrong about her appearance. Her shape was unmistakably human, but her features were blurred, as if I was viewing her underwater. Her entire body emitted a faint luminescence, casting a dim, misty light around her that illuminated perhaps 2 feet in any direction before fading into the darkness. The glow was like a lantern shrouded in thick fog, diffuse and colorless. I tried to speak, but found my voice trapped in my throat. The woman didn't move at first. She simply stood there, her face turned toward me. I couldn't make out her features clearly, just the suggestion of eyes, nose, mouth, but I felt her gaze upon me with absolute certainty. Then she moved. Her movement was unnatural, fluid, yet wrong, like someone attempting to walk underwater. She drifted rather than stepped, her feet seeming not to touch the floor. There was no sound at all, no footsteps, no rustle of clothing, not even the sound of breathing. The silence was as unnatural as her movement. As she moved closer to the bed, I felt a pressure on my chest, making it difficult to breathe. A cold sweat broke out across my body. I wanted to run, to scream, but I remained paralyzed, pinned beneath the bedclothes by an invisible weight. She stopped at the foot of my bed, that blurred face now just feet from mine. I could see more details. She wore what appeared to be a nightdress of some sort. Her hair hung long and loose around her shoulders, and her hands were at her sides, palms forward. But everything about her remained indistinct, like a drawing smudged before the ink had dried. I managed to push myself up against the headboard, my heart hammering so violently I thought it might burst from my chest. The woman remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then, without warning, she vanished. Not faded, not drifted away, just gone, between one blink and the next. The oppressive feeling immediately lifted, and I could breathe again. The room was plunged back into darkness. I sat frozen for several minutes, trying to convince myself I had dreamed the entire incident. But I knew I hadn't been dreaming. I had been fully awake, and what I saw was as real as the bed I was sitting on. Finally, I found the courage to move. I scrambled out of bed and fumbled for the matches on the bedside table, my hands shaking so badly I dropped several before managing to light the candle. The warm yellow flame was immensely comforting after that cold, otherworldly glow. Holding the candlestick high, I searched the room thoroughly. The door was still bolted from the inside, exactly as I had left it before going to bed. The windows were shut and latched. There was no place where anyone could have hidden. I checked under the bed, inside the armoire, behind the curtains. I was alone. And yet I knew what I had seen. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the chair by the window with the candle burning, watching the darkness gradually give way to dawn. When the first servants began stirring in the house, I dressed quickly, determined to speak to my sister about what had happened. I found Elizabeth alone in the breakfast room. Thomas and his wife were apparently still abed, which suited me fine. I didn't want to insult my host by suggesting his house was haunted. "Lizzie," I said, keeping my voice low, "does this house have any stories attached to it?" "Stories?" she asked, looking up from her tea. "What sort of stories?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound foolish. Strange occurrences, unexplained phenomena, ghosts even. The way the color drained from her face told me everything I needed to know before she even spoke. "William," she whispered, "did you see something last night?" I described my experience in detail, the strange light, the woman's appearance, the way she moved and how she vanished. With each word, my sister grew paler. "There have been rumors about Oakart for years," she finally admitted. "Thomas doesn't speak of it, and I don't think he believes any of it. But the servants whisper there was a murder here many years ago, before Thomas's family purchased the property. A young woman, the previous owner's daughter or perhaps a ward, was killed by a rejected suitor. But the stories say it happened in the East Wing, not in the guest chamber where you stayed." This information chilled me further. I hadn't imagined it then. But why would this spirit, if that's what it was, appear to me, a stranger who knew nothing of her or her fate? "I need to leave today," I told Elizabeth. "My business won't take more than a few hours. I'll make some excuse to Thomas. An urgent letter requiring my return to London, perhaps." Elizabeth didn't try to persuade me to stay. Instead, she said, "I'll look into this matter further, William. Thomas keeps the old house records in his study. Perhaps there's some mention of exactly where the murder took place." I left after breakfast, conducted my business in town as quickly as possible, and made my apologies to Thomas upon returning to Oakart. He seemed disappointed, but not suspicious. I was on the afternoon coach back to London, still shaken, but relieved to be away from that place. A week passed, and I had almost convinced myself that I had experienced some sort of waking nightmare, a product of travel fatigue and an unfamiliar bed. Then a letter arrived from Elizabeth. With trembling hands, I broke the seal and read, "Dearest William, I have made discreet inquiries about the incident we discussed. The servants' stories were wrong. The murder did not occur in the East Wing at all, but in the very chamber where you slept. After you left, I asked Thomas about renovations to the house. He mentioned that the carpet in the guest chamber was indeed newer than the others, replaced by the previous owners shortly before they sold the property. He thought nothing of it at the time. When he and his wife were visiting neighbors yesterday, I took the liberty of examining the room more closely. With the help of a trusted maid, we rolled back the carpet. William, there are bloodstains soaked deep into the wood beneath, old but unmistakable. I have enclosed 2 drawings. The first is my sketch of where these stains are located in the room. Please compare it to your recollection of where the apparition appeared and where she vanished." The second sheet contained Elizabeth's rough floor plan of the guest chamber, with dark marks indicating where she had found the blood stains. With a chill that ran from my scalp to my toes, I realized that the stains formed a path from the exact spot where the woman had first appeared to where she had vanished at the foot of my bed. I had told no one exactly where in the room I had seen the figure. Not even Elizabeth knew these details. Yet the bloodstains matched the apparition's path perfectly. I wrote back immediately, enclosing my own drawing of the room with the ghost's positions marked. When Elizabeth confirmed they matched exactly, I knew what I had seen was real. The largest bloodstain, where the woman had disappeared, was right at the foot of the bed, exactly where she had stood looking at me before vanishing. It must have been where she died, her life draining out onto those oak floorboards. It's been almost a year since that night, and I've never returned to Oakhart Manor. Thomas has invited me several times, but I always find excuses. I've told no one else about what happened except you all here. Sometimes I wonder why she appeared to me. Was it random chance? Was she trying to communicate something? All I know is that for a brief moment, I shared a room with someone who died violently in that very spot decades ago, and somehow she knew I was there. I still wake up sometimes in the dead of night, my skin prickling with that same electrical sensation, convinced I'll open my eyes to see her standing at the foot of my bed. So far, she hasn't followed me home, but I sleep with a lamp burning now, just in case. Story 17. I still get goosebumps when I think about that morning. It's been over 4 years, but I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits or any of that nonsense. I'm a sculptor. I deal in stone and form and what I can see with my own eyes. At least that's what I used to believe. My name is Harriet, and I've made quite a name for myself here in Rome as a sculptor. Not to boast, but I've had commissions from nobility and even royalty. I'm an American woman making my way in what's typically considered a man's profession. So I've always had to be practical, rational, and twice as good as everyone else just to be taken seriously. My studio in Rome is a large, airy space with high windows that let in beautiful northern light, perfect for sculpting. For nearly 2 years, I had a young Italian girl named Rosa, who helped keep the place in order. She was slight, maybe 20 years old. With dark hair she always kept neatly tied back, and the most melodious voice when she hummed traditional songs while dusting around my works in progress. Rosa wasn't like most girls her age. She was incredibly respectful, but had this quiet confidence about her. She moved through the studio like a whisper, careful never to disturb my work, but somehow always managed to have fresh tea ready exactly when I needed a break. Her family wasn't well off. Her father had died years before, and she lived with her mother in one of the poorer districts of Rome. I remember the first time I noticed something was wrong. It was early spring, and Rosa had developed a persistent cough. I didn't think much of it initially. People get colds after all. But within a few weeks, I noticed she was moving more slowly around the studio, taking breaks to catch her breath when she thought I wasn't looking. "Rosa, are you feeling unwell?" I finally asked one morning when I caught her leaning against the wall, her eyes closed and her breathing labored. "It's nothing, Signora Hosmer," she insisted with that soft smile of hers. "Just a spring cold." But it wasn't just a spring cold. Over the next few months, she grew thinner, paler. The cough worsened until one terrible morning when I found her in the back room, a handkerchief pressed to her lips with bright red blood soaking through it. She looked up at me with such fear in her eyes. I insisted she see a doctor immediately. I paid for it myself, of course. The doctor was frustratingly vague, using words like consumption and decline without offering any real solutions. I offered to pay for better doctors, better care, even suggested she stay in my apartment where I could ensure she was getting proper food and rest. But Rosa refused. "If this is what I think it is, Signora," she said with that quiet dignity of hers, "I want to be with my mother, just in case." Just in case. We both knew what that meant, though neither of us said it aloud. Rosa stopped coming to work, though I continued paying her wages and visiting when I could. I'd bring bread from the bakery she liked, or flowers from the market. Her small room in her mother's home was always clean but desperately poor. It broke my heart to see her wasting away on that thin mattress, her once bright eyes growing more sunken as the weeks passed. Then about a week before what happened, I visited and found Rosa sitting up in bed. Her cheeks had a flush to them, and her eyes were brighter than they'd been in months. "Signora Hosmer," she said, actually smiling, "I feel much better today. Perhaps I can return to work soon?" She even made a joke about the dust that must be gathering in my studio. I left that day with hope in my heart for the first time in weeks. Maybe the doctor had been wrong. Maybe Rosa was one of the lucky ones who recovered. I threw myself into my work with renewed vigor, staying late in my studio that night to finish a commission that had been languishing while I worried about Rosa. It was close to midnight when I finally locked up the studio and climbed the stairs to my apartment above it. I was exhausted, but satisfied with the day's progress. I checked the lock on my door. I've always been careful about security, living alone as I do, and tucked the key under my bolster, as was my habit. I remember falling asleep almost immediately, not even bothering to light a candle beside my bed as I usually did. I don't know what time it was when my eyes snapped open. The room was pitch black, that oppressive darkness that comes in the dead of night before even a hint of dawn has touched the sky. I lay there, suddenly and inexplicably awake, with my heart hammering in my chest. There was no sound, no obvious reason for me to have woken, but something felt wrong. I reminded myself that the door was locked, the key still under my bolster where I'd placed it. Rome was generally safe, particularly in this neighborhood, and yet the sensation persisted, a prickling awareness that I wasn't alone. Then I heard it, a whisper, so faint I might have imagined it, except I know I didn't. My name, Harriet, breathed so close to my ear that I should have felt the warmth of breath, except there was none. I couldn't move. Fear held me paralyzed like one of my own marble sculptures. The darkness seemed to press against my eyes, and though I strained to see anything in my room, there was nothing but blackness. I don't know how long I lay there, rigid with fear. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, I became aware of the faintest lightening of the darkness, the first hint of dawn seeping through the curtains of my window. As the grey light slowly filled the room, my racing heart began to calm. I started to convince myself I'd imagined the whisper, that it had been a dream, or the wind, or the old building settling. I was just about to throw back the covers and get up when the curtain moved slightly. Not blown by a breeze, there was no window open. It moved as if someone had gently pushed it aside. And then I saw her face peer through the gap. Rosa's face. Rosa, looking healthy and whole, her cheeks full, her eyes bright. She was smiling at me, a serene, peaceful smile that immediately brought tears to my eyes. "Rosa!" I cried out in joy, throwing back my covers to go to her. "You're better! When did you—" But she was gone, not just stepped away from the curtain. Completely, utterly gone. I rushed to the window, pushed the curtain completely aside. Nothing. I spun around, searching every corner of my room. Nothing. I ran to my door, still locked, the key still under my bolster exactly where I'd left it. It was impossible. There was absolutely no way Rosa could have been there and then vanished. No way she could have gotten in through my locked door in the first place. I stood in the center of my room, shaking. The early morning light now filled the space, showing me quite clearly that I was alone. Had I dreamed it, but it had been so real. Her face, her smile, that look of complete peace. I dressed mechanically and went downstairs to the small cafe where I usually took breakfast. Signora Bianchi, who owned the place, greeted me with her usual cheerfulness but stopped when she saw my face. "Signora Hosmer, are you unwell?" she asked, concerned. I looked at her and heard myself say, with a calmness that surprised even me, "Rosa is dead." Signora Bianchi's hand flew to her mouth. "The little one who works for you, How do you know this? I saw her, was all I could say. It sounded mad, even to my own ears, but I knew with absolute certainty. I sent my manservant Antonio to Rosa's home immediately. I couldn't bring myself to go. Not yet. I sat, nursing a cold cup of coffee, until Antonio returned nearly an hour later. One look at his face told me everything. He removed his cap, twisted it in his hands. Signora, I don't know how you knew, but the girl, Rosa, her mother says she passed away this morning, at exactly 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. I glanced at the clock on the cafe wall. It had been just after 5 when I'd seen Rosa's face through my curtain. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Rosa hadn't come to my room because she was better. She had come to say goodbye. I attended her funeral 2 days later. Her mother clasped my hands and thanked me for my kindness to her daughter. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself, but I know what I saw. In the 4 years since that morning, I've turned it over in my mind countless times, looking for some rational explanation. There is none. I, Harriet Hosmer, woman of science and reason, was visited by Rosa's spirit in the moment of her death. Sometimes at night, especially when I'm working late in my studio, I think I hear humming those old Italian folk songs Rosa used to sing while she worked. It lasts just a moment before fading away. I don't turn around anymore. I know there will be nothing there. I've never spoken publicly about what happened that night. People in artistic circles already think of women sculptors as oddities. I don't need to add seas ghosts to my reputation. But I know what I experienced was real. Rosa came to say goodbye to me. In her final moment, she chose to visit someone who had shown her kindness, and though it terrified me then, I find comfort in it now. Not because it proves there's something beyond this life, though perhaps it does, but because it showed me that connections between people can be powerful enough to transcend even death itself. I still keep my door locked at night, with the key under my bolster. But now, I leave the curtain slightly parted, just in case. Story 18. I've never told the full story of what happened to me that summer evening in 1899. I've tried to forget it, tried to convince myself it was merely an exhaustion-induced hallucination. I was, after all, a man of the cloth, a man of reason. I am Reverend Elwyn Thomas, and until that night, I had openly scoffed at tales of spectral encounters, dismissing them as the fanciful imaginings of the uneducated or the intoxicated. How wrong I was, how terribly, utterly wrong. It was a pleasant evening in July. I had just finished leading the evening service at the small chapel in Sangaridir, a quiet village nestled in the Welsh countryside. The congregation had been particularly attentive that day, and I remember feeling satisfied with my sermon on the virtues of rational thought and the dangers of superstition. I had even made a pointed remark about the foolishness of ghost stories, earning a few knowing chuckles from the more educated members of the parish. After the service, I spoke briefly with some of the parishioners before departing with 3 friends: William Evans, a local shopkeeper, Harold Morris, the village doctor, and Thomas Pritchard, a fellow clergyman visiting from Cardiff. We walked together down the main road, discussing theology and the current political climate as the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon. At the crossroads, about a mile from the chapel, my companions turned west toward the village centre, while I continued north toward the home of my host, Mr. James Morgan, where I was staying during my visit to Sangaridir. We said our goodbyes, and I continued on my way, carrying only my Bible and a sturdy black umbrella. The time was approximately 8:40 in the evening, and though the sun was setting, there remained ample twilight to illuminate my path. The road stretched before me, empty and quiet save for the occasional chirping of birds settling down for the night. To my left ran a small canal, its waters still and reflecting the deepening blue of the evening sky. To my right lay fields of wheat, swaying gently in the summer breeze. I was perhaps 20 minutes into my solitary journey when I first noticed him, a figure standing motionless by the canal's edge about 50 yards ahead. I thought nothing of it initially, assuming it was merely an elderly beggar or perhaps a fisherman. What struck me as odd, however, was that I hadn't seen him earlier, despite the road being entirely straight and empty. I continued walking, my thoughts returning to the sermon I had delivered earlier. As I drew closer to the figure, I felt a peculiar sensation, a heaviness in the air, as if a storm were approaching, though the sky remained clear. Thinking I might offer the man a greeting as I passed, I turned my head casually in his direction. What happened next has haunted me for all the years since. The figure wasn't standing by the canal anymore. It was directly beside me, barely half a yard away, close enough that I could have reached out and touched it. I found myself face to face with a vision so horrifying that my blood turned to ice in my veins. It had the appearance of a man, but no living man ever looked as this thing did. The face was that of a corpse, with pale grey skin stretched tightly across a skull-like frame. Deep furrows were carved into its forehead, like the wrinkles of extreme age, but more pronounced, more unnatural. Its lips were thin and bloodless, the mouth hanging half open, revealing not teeth but only blackness within, as if looking into a void. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Sunken deep into the head, yet somehow luminous, shining with an intelligence that was unmistakably conscious and aware. They fixed upon me with terrible purpose, neither blinking nor moving, yet I felt them boring into my very soul. The head was wrapped in what appeared to be old yellowed bands of cloth, one across the forehead, tied at the back, and another passing beneath the chin and fastened at the top of the head. They resembled nothing so much as the bindings that might be found in a decaying coffin, the type used to keep a corpse's jaw from falling open during the laying out. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable even to scream. My heart pounded so violently in my chest that I feared it might burst. Time seemed to stop as those terrible eyes held mine, and I felt a coldness emanate from the figure that had nothing to do with the evening air. How long we stood thus, I cannot say. It might have been seconds or minutes. Finally, some primal instinct for survival broke through my paralysis, and I ran. I sprinted down the road, my legs moving of their own accord, fueled by a terror I had never before experienced. After running perhaps 60 yards, some madness overcame me, and I stopped, turning back to look. The figure remained exactly where I had left it, seemingly unmoved, still staring in my direction. In that moment, anger momentarily overwhelmed my fear. How dare this thing frighten me so? I was a man of God, a rational being. I raised my umbrella, intending to strike at the apparition to prove to myself that it was merely a trick of the light or some village prankster. I approached cautiously, umbrella held before me like a sword. As I drew nearer, I noticed something that sent fresh waves of horror coursing through me. The figure had no legs, no feet. From the waist down, there was only a column of thick, churning darkness, like heavy smoke or black fog, which hovered just above the surface of the road. Summoning what courage remained to me, I thrust my umbrella forward, aiming for what appeared to be the chest of the thing. The umbrella passed through it as if through smoke, meeting no resistance whatsoever. Yet the face, that terrible face, remained solid and unchanged, still fixing me with its dreadful stare. A whimper escaped my lips, and I turned and ran again, this time turning onto the narrow lane that led to Mr. Morgan's house. After running several yards, I looked back once more. The figure hadn't followed me, but remained standing, or rather hovering, in the center of the main road, its gaze still directed toward me. As I watched, my terror began to transform, evolving into a sort of horrified fascination. Despite every instinct screaming at me to flee, I found myself walking back toward the main road, drawn by an obsessive curiosity I could neither understand nor resist. The moment I stepped back onto the main road, the figure began to move. It did not walk, but glided, floating just above the road's surface with terrible grace. It moved across the road toward the old churchyard wall, maintaining the same distance from me. I followed, unable to look away, my feet carrying me forward as if I were in a trance. The apparition reached the wall and crossed the road again, stopping beneath an ancient yew tree that stood at the corner of the churchyard. It paused there, those dreadful eyes still fixed upon me, and then, like smoke dispersing in a breeze, it began to fade, dissolving into the darkness beneath the tree until it was gone. I remember falling to my knees, my body trembling uncontrollably. The last thing I recall was the cool touch of the road against my cheek as consciousness fled. When I awakened, 2 hours had passed. I found myself still lying in the road, my clothes damp with dew, my limbs stiff and cold. The night had fully descended, but a bright moon provided enough light for me to see my surroundings. The yew tree stood silent and ordinary, with no sign of the horror I had witnessed. I tried to call out, to shout for help, but no sound emerged from my throat. It was as if my voice had been stolen, leaving me mute and helpless. I managed to rise on shaking legs and stumbled the remaining distance to Mr. Morgan's house. I remember the look of alarm on my host's face when he opened the door to find me standing there, pale and trembling, unable to speak. He helped me inside and sent for Dr. Morris, who found me in a state of nervous collapse. For a week, I remained bedridden, plagued by fever and nightmares. My voice did not return until 5 o'clock the following morning, and even then I could not bring myself to speak of what I had seen. It was only after I had regained some semblance of strength that I finally told Mr. Morgan what had happened that night. As I recounted my experience, I watched his face grow increasingly pale. When I described the figure with its yellowed bindings and corpse-like appearance, he sat down heavily in his chair, his eyes wide with shock. 15 years ago, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, there was an old man who lived in the ruins near that yew tree. He was a recluse, odd in his ways, who kept to himself. He was known for wearing yellowed calico wraps around his head and face, supposedly because of some old injury, though no one knew for certain. Mr. Morgan paused, swallowing hard before continuing. He died in that house, alone. When the neighbors hadn't seen him for weeks, they checked the house, but his body was never found. It was as if he had simply disappeared. I felt a chill run through me at these words. What I had seen was no living man, nor was it a figment of my imagination. It was something else entirely, something that defied the rational explanations I had clung to throughout my life. In the days that followed, I made discreet inquiries about the old recluse. Few remembered him, and those who did spoke of him with unease. He had been a strange man, they said, who muttered to himself and avoided human contact. Some claimed he practiced forbidden arts, though none could provide evidence of such accusations. I left Sangaradir as soon as my health permitted, returning to my own parish with a profound unease that has never fully left me. I have never returned to that village, nor have I walked alone on a country road at twilight since that day. I have sought explanations in scientific journals and theological texts alike. I have consulted with physicians about the possibility of hallucinations caused by exhaustion or some unknown illness. I have prayed for understanding, for some rational explanation that would restore my former certainty about the world. But in my heart, I know what I saw. I know that for a brief time, I stood face to face with something that should not exist, something that has forever altered my understanding of reality. I no longer mock those who speak of spectral encounters. I no longer dismiss the inexplicable as superstitious nonsense, for I have seen with my own eyes that there are things in this world, or perhaps beyond it, that defy rational explanation. That face, that terrible face, remains seared into my memory. In my dreams, I still see those sunken eyes staring into mine, still feel that unnatural cold, still hear the silence that surrounded us as we stood on that lonely road. I wake from these dreams drenched in sweat, reaching for my bedside lamp to banish the darkness. I am an old man now, and my days grow short. As I approach the end of my life, I find myself wondering if I will see that face again when my time comes. Will those eyes be waiting for me in whatever lies beyond? It is a thought that fills me with dread, yet also with a strange anticipation. Perhaps then at last I will understand what happened on that summer evening in 1899 on a quiet country road in Sangaradir. Until then, I can only share my story and hope that others might find in it not entertainment, but caution. There are mysteries in this world that we cannot comprehend, boundaries that perhaps we are not meant to cross. I crossed such a boundary that night, unwittingly and unwillingly, and I have never been the same. To this day, I cannot pass a yew tree without feeling a chill run down my spine. I cannot walk alone at twilight without glancing constantly over my shoulder, and I cannot forget the face of the dead man who stood beside me on that road, a face no living man should ever have to see. Story 19. I still can't sleep well some nights. It's been 3 months since my stay at Hampton Court Palace, and I catch myself checking corners and doorways when I wake up at night. I've never been a believer in ghosts. I always thought those stories were just people's minds playing tricks on them in old, creaky buildings. But what happened that night in April changed everything I thought I knew about the world. My friend Ellie had been living in one of the converted apartments at Hampton Court Palace for about 8 months. When she invited me to stay for the weekend, I jumped at the chance. I mean, how often do you get to sleep in a literal palace? The building has stood since the 1500s, and it's massive, over 1,000 rooms spread across 8 acres. Henry VIII lived there, for crying out loud. Just so you know, Ellie had texted me a few days before my visit, this place has a bit of a reputation. Nothing to worry about, but there are supposed to be ghosts. People hear footsteps, feel cold spots, that sort of thing. I laughed it off. As long as they don't steal the covers, we're good, I replied. What Ellie didn't tell me until I arrived was that just the weekend before, another guest, a 12-year-old girl staying with her parents in one of the other apartments, had woken up screaming in the middle of the night. The girl insisted there had been a woman standing in her room, watching her from the corner. The parents dismissed it as a nightmare, of course. I arrived on Friday afternoon, and Ellie gave me the grand tour. The place was stunning, all Tudor brickwork, enormous fireplaces, and elaborate tapestries. We walked through the gardens and the famous maze, and Ellie pointed out Catherine Howard's gallery, where Henry VIII's fifth wife supposedly still runs screaming, begging for mercy before her execution. I just nodded along, enjoying the stories, but not taking them seriously. That evening, we had dinner with a few of Ellie's neighbors, all of whom lived in different sections of the converted palace apartments. Over wine, they swapped their own strange experiences, doors that closed on their own, the sound of sobbing coming from empty rooms, sudden drops in temperature for no apparent reason. The security guards have the best stories, said Martin, a retired history professor who lived in the East Wing. Some of them refused to patrol certain areas at night. By the time dinner ended, it was nearly midnight. I'd had enough wine that the ghost stories had started to feel less amusing and more unsettling. Ellie showed me to my room, which was in a different section from her apartment. Sorry about this, she said. The Palace Trust has rules about overnight guests. You have to stay in one of the designated guest rooms. It's still part of my leased area, but it's down this corridor. The room was charming in a rustic way. Wood-paneled walls, a 4-poster bed with heavy curtains, antique furniture. But something about it felt wrong. It didn't have any windows, just a skylight far above. The proportions seemed off, like it wasn't originally designed as a bedroom. "It's weirdly laid out," I commented, trying to sound casual. Ellie nodded. "These old buildings have been modified so many times over the centuries. This section was renovated in the 1700s, then again in the 1850s. She explained the room's strange configuration. The ceiling bordered what used to be maids' quarters above. 2 walls faced a corridor, one backed onto state apartments, and the 4th wall. That's where things got weird. That 4th wall had folding doors that opened into what Ellie described as a locker room. A small, unused space that contained nothing but a sleeping palace cat that sometimes wandered in. "What's on the other side of that room?" I asked. "There's another door in there that leads to a passage," she said. "It's one of the hidden corridors that runs through the palace. This one supposedly goes all the way to the river. They sealed it off ages ago, though." I must have looked concerned because she quickly added, "Don't worry, the folding doors are locked. See?" She jiggled the handle to demonstrate. "Plus there's a heavy table pressed against them from the other side, and no one uses that passage anymore." For extra security, we pushed a wardrobe in front of the doors from my side. It felt a bit silly, but it made me feel better. Ellie left me with 2 candles. The power sometimes goes out in this section, old wiring, and headed back to her apartment. I placed the candles on the bedside table, got ready for bed, and started reading a book on my phone. The room was eerily quiet, the thick walls blocking out any noise from the rest of the palace. I must have dozed off around 1 in the morning. I jolted awake at... I checked my phone, 3:58 a.m. Something had woken me, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it again. A low, groaning sound of wood against wood coming from behind the folding doors. It sounded like someone was pushing against the table from the other side. Thud. Something heavy had fallen or been dropped in the locker room. My heart started hammering in my chest. Could it be the cat? But that sound was much too heavy for a cat. The room was pitch black. I needed light. I reached for my phone, but it had fallen somewhere on the floor. I remembered the candles and the box of matches Ellie had left. My hand fumbled across the bedside table, fingers closing around the matchbox. As I pulled out a match and prepared to strike it, something stopped me. Not a breeze. There couldn't be a breeze in this windowless room, but a sensation. Something caught my hand. I felt pressure around my wrist, like fingers wrapping around it, preventing me from striking the match. It wasn't painful, but it was firm, deliberate. I yanked my hand back, the match clattering to the floor. My breath caught in my throat. "Is someone there?" I whispered into the darkness, feeling ridiculous but also terrified. "Could I help you?" Silence. I forced myself out of bed, feeling my way across the room. The folding doors were still locked, the wardrobe still pressed firmly against them. I checked every corner of the small room, but of course there was nothing there. No one could have gotten in. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It felt like someone was watching me, standing just behind me, no matter which way I turned. I stumbled back to the bed, wrapping the covers around myself like a shield. That's when I saw it, a faint glow at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it might be light leaking in from under the door, but it was coming from the middle of the room. The glow grew stronger, a soft, bluish-white light that expanded until it outlined a figure. It was a woman, tall and slender, standing completely still. The glow seemed to come from within her, illuminating her form, but casting no light on the surrounding room. Her face was young, but empty, devoid of expression. She wore a long, dark gown with high sleeves that clung to her arms below the elbow. A shawl was draped over her shoulders, and her hair was styled in a way that seemed old-fashioned, not modern. The light shone through her. I could make out the outline of the wardrobe behind her. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just sat there, staring at her as she stood motionless at the foot of my bed. Our eyes met, and I felt a chill run through my body. "Can I help you?" I whispered again, my voice barely audible. She didn't answer, didn't blink, but slowly, so slowly, she raised her hands. Long, pale fingers trembling in the dim light. Then, in a fluid motion, she sank to her knees. She covered her face with those trembling hands and bowed her head as if in prayer or grief. The despair radiating from her was palpable, not threatening, but overwhelming. A sense of profound regret and resignation that filled the room like a physical presence. I felt tears welling in my eyes in response to her silent anguish. And then, between one heartbeat and the next, she was gone. Not gradually fading, but instantly, like a candle being blown out. The room was dark again, but the air still felt heavy with something I can only describe as centuries of sorrow. With shaking hands, I finally managed to light one of the candles. The warm glow revealed an empty room. Everything was as it had been, but I was sweating and trembling. The strangest thing was that I wasn't panicking. Shocked, yes. Frightened, absolutely, but also oddly calm, as if some part of me understood that what I had seen wasn't dangerous, just incredibly sad. I kept the candle burning and didn't sleep again that night. When morning finally came, I packed my things and went to find Ellie. "You've seen her," she said quietly when I described what had happened. It wasn't a question. "You knew?" I asked, feeling a mix of relief that she believed me and betrayal that she hadn't warned me. "I've never seen her myself," Ellie admitted, "but the previous tenant told me about her when I moved in. A few guests have seen her over the years. Always in that room, always at night." "Who is she?" I asked. Ellie shook her head. "No one knows for certain. There are theories. A lady-in-waiting who had an affair with a king, a servant who died in childbirth, a noblewoman imprisoned for treason. The palace has so many stories, so many secrets." I stayed at Ellie's apartment that night, unable to face another night in that room. Before I left the next day, I did some research. Palace records mention several women who died in mysterious circumstances in that wing during the 16th and 17th centuries. Any of them could be the kneeling woman. What keeps me awake at night isn't fear that she'll somehow follow me home. It's the overwhelming sadness of her gesture, that silent, desperate prayer or plea. The way her hands trembled, the resignation in her posture. Whatever happened to her centuries ago left an imprint strong enough to breach the barrier between her time and mine. I don't think she was trying to scare me. I don't think she even knew I was there. She was just replaying a moment. Perhaps the moment she realized something terrible, the moment she broke under the weight of some secret or grief. And for whatever reason, that moment keeps repeating over and over across the centuries. I've been back to visit Ellie once since then. I stayed in her apartment and avoided that corridor altogether, but sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I think I can feel those ghostly fingers on my wrist, stopping me from bringing light into a darkness that has lasted for hundreds of years. Story 20. I've been hesitating to share this for decades now. 40 years have passed since these events concluded, and I still find myself questioning what I experienced. As a woman trained in scientific methods, I've spent my life seeking rational explanations, yet what occurred in that house defies all logic I've ever known. My family moved into the house in the spring of 1882. It was a beautiful residence with large bay windows and spacious rooms, exactly what Mother wanted after Father's passing. We needed a fresh start, something to lift our spirits. My sisters, particularly the younger ones, were excited about the extensive gardens and the nearby woods, perfect for afternoon walks. I remember feeling oddly uncomfortable the first time I stepped inside. The foyer was bright enough with sunlight streaming through the windows, but something felt heavy. I dismissed it as sensitivity from the recent loss of Father. Grief can play strange tricks on one's perceptions. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. We unpacked, arranged furniture, and settled into our routines. Mother seemed happier, which brought us all relief. My younger sister took to playing piano in the drawing room, while I spent afternoons in the small room I'd converted to a study. Having recently completed my scientific education, I was working on several research papers and welcomed the quiet of our new home. It wasn't until early June that things began to change. I'd been working late one evening, reviewing notes on botanical specimens I'd collected. The house was quiet, most of the family having retired for the night. My candle burned low as I finally decided to seek my own bed. The grandfather clock in the hallway had just struck midnight when I heard it. Soft footsteps approaching my door. I assumed it was Mother, perhaps checking to see if I was still awake. "Coming, Mother," I called softly, not wanting to wake the others. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty. That's when I saw her for the first time. Standing at the top of the stairs was a tall woman dressed entirely in black. Her garments were somewhat dated, reminiscent of mourning clothes from perhaps 20 years prior. Her face was partially obscured by what appeared to be a veil, though I could make out pale features beneath it. She stood completely still, facing away from me. "Excuse me," I said, thinking somehow a visitor had entered unannounced, though even as I spoke I realized how absurd that would be at midnight. She gave no indication of hearing me. After several long moments, she slowly turned and began descending the stairs. Her movements were oddly fluid, almost as if she were gliding rather than stepping. I followed, holding my candle stub before me. The flame cast strange, elongated shadows on the walls. As I reached the top of the staircase, my candle sputtered and went out. I stood in the sudden darkness, listening. No footsteps, no movement. When I managed to relight my candle, the staircase and the hallway below were empty. I told no one about this encounter the next morning. In the bright sunlight, it seemed foolish. Clearly a trick of shadows and an overactive imagination exhausted from too much study. Yet I found myself watching the staircase throughout the day, half expecting to see the woman again. By the 2nd of August, the footsteps had become a regular occurrence. They always followed the same pattern, soft, steady, unhurried steps moving up and down the landing outside our bedrooms. The most disturbing aspect was that everyone in the house could hear them. My sisters would huddle together in their shared bedroom, too frightened to venture into the hallway. Even our cook mentioned hearing someone walking at night when everyone was accounted for. My married sister, who was visiting with her husband and staying in the downstairs guest room, came to breakfast one morning, looking pale and unrested. "Did someone pace the landing all night?" she asked. "The footsteps kept us awake." I had taken to investigating each time I heard the steps. Without fail, I would find the woman in black standing somewhere in the upper hallway or on the stairs. Unlike my sisters, who refused to leave their rooms when the sounds came, I felt compelled to understand what was happening. The 1st of August brought an even more disturbing encounter. My sister and I were in the drawing room as dusk fell. Neither of us had lit the lamps yet, enjoying the peaceful transition from day to evening. I happened to glance toward the French doors leading to the balcony and froze. The woman in black stood outside, staring in at us. "Do you see that?" I whispered to my sister. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Who is that? How did she get on our balcony?" We watched as the figure slowly walked the length of the balcony and then simply vanished. Not behind a pillar or around a corner. She simply ceased to be there. My sister clutched my arm, her fingers digging painfully into my flesh. "I'm going to check," I said, pulling away. "Don't," she begged, but I was already moving toward the doors. I stepped onto the balcony, feeling the cool evening air against my skin. Nothing. No footprints in the thin layer of dust that had settled since the morning cleaning. No disturbance of any kind. When I returned to the drawing room, the woman stood in the corner watching me. My sister, still seated on the sofa, seemed unaware of her presence inside now. "She's gone," I lied, not wanting to frighten my sister further. but my eyes remained fixed on the dark figure who seemed to regard me with equal intensity. After several minutes, she faded from view like mist dispersing in sunlight. As weeks passed, more people encountered her. Approximately 20 individuals eventually saw her or heard her footsteps, including guests who knew nothing of our experiences. A distant cousin visiting for a weekend rushed down to breakfast, asking who the solemn woman in black was who had been standing at her bedroom door during the night. New staff members would quit within days, claiming someone was trying to enter their rooms at night. One maid, who had not been told about our resident spirit, came to me in tears after her first week. "Someone keeps rattling my doorknob and pushing against the door, miss," she said. "I've locked it tight, but they won't stop trying to get in. I can hear them breathing outside." Doors would bump and handles would rattle throughout the house, always when no one living was near them. Objects would be moved, nothing dramatic, but noticeable. A book left on a table would be found on the floor. A hairbrush would shift position overnight. I attempted communication numerous times. I would speak directly to the apparition when I encountered her, asking her name, asking what she wanted. She never responded, never gave any indication that she heard me. Once I tried to corner her in the library. She had appeared between me and the door, and instead of retreating, I moved toward her. As I approached, she simply faded from view, like water soaking into fabric. The most terrifying night came in late October. My two younger sisters burst into my room well after midnight, their faces white with fear. "There are lights in our room," the youngest gasped. "Floating lights." I followed them back to their bedroom. What I saw chilled me to the bone. Small, glowing flames, like candle flames but without candles, drifted diagonally across the room. They moved with purpose, not like dust motes caught in moonlight, but as if carried by invisible hands. We retreated to the hallway, where we encountered Mother and our other sister, also awakened by strange noises. As we stood huddled together, each holding actual candles for comfort and light, we heard it. Footsteps circling us in the hallway, not passing by, but moving around us in a deliberate circle. The sound was accompanied by cold spots that moved with the footsteps, brushing against our skin like icy fingers. Most disturbing was that our candle flames remained perfectly still, even as we felt cold drafts strong enough to chill us through our nightclothes. Something defied the natural laws of physics right before my scientifically trained eyes. By 1886, the apparition had begun to change. When first encountered, she had been solid enough to momentarily mistake for a living woman. Over time, she became less distinct, sometimes blurring around the edges or flickering like a reflection on water. She could still manipulate light and objects. Lamps would dim when she passed, doors would still rattle, but her visible form was fading. I documented everything meticulously, hoping to find patterns or explanations. I researched the house's history, discovering that a previous resident had indeed died there, a widow who had lost her husband and child in quick succession. She had been found at the bottom of the same staircase where our spectre often appeared. Yet knowing this provided no comfort or resolution. The haunting continued, following its own inscrutable logic. Sometimes weeks would pass with no incident, giving us hope it had ended, only for the footsteps to resume with renewed vigor. By 1888, the manifestations had grown rare. The solid apparition was gone, replaced by occasional glimpses of something shadow-like in peripheral vision. By 1889, even those had ceased entirely. Many have asked me since if I believe in ghosts. I cannot answer with certainty. I know what I experienced, what 20 other reliable witnesses experienced. I know that science has yet to explain what happened in that house. The woman in black was real to us, as real as the fear she instilled, as real as the footsteps that echo in my memory. The last time I saw her remains burned in my mind. It was a winter evening in 1888. I was alone in the house, save for a single maid, as the family had gone to a concert in town. I sat reading in the library when the temperature suddenly plummeted. My breath fogged before me, and the lamp beside me dimmed to barely a glow. She appeared across the room, but different, transparent now, like looking at a reflection in dark water. For the first and only time, she seemed aware of me. Her head turned, the veiled face orienting directly toward me. She raised one pale hand slowly, as if in farewell. Then she was gone. The room warmed immediately, the lamp brightened, and something in the atmosphere of the house changed fundamentally. I felt it, a lightening, a lifting of whatever presence had dwelled with us for those years. We never saw her again after that night, though sometimes, even now in my old age, I wake thinking I've heard footsteps outside my door. Soft, steady, unhurried steps that go nowhere and come from no one. I still don't know who she was or what she wanted. I don't know if she found peace or simply faded from this plane of existence. Science fails me when I try to understand what happened in that house. All I know is what I saw, what I heard, what I felt, and that some questions remain unanswered no matter how rationally we approach them.